Hey, what's going on? My name is Jack Gardner and welcome to this masterclass Rearmonização. Now, I first of all want to thank you for either purchasing this product or streaming it over at Music Bro. But this is a masterclass that I've been wanting to make for quite some time now. It's just been a case of organizing my thoughts because reharmonization can be a very confusing and kind of advanced topic. There's lots of different areas that we need to look at in terms of harmony. But recently I've been looking at reharmonizing some kids' tunes, really. Things like Baby Shark, Wheels on the Bus. You might have seen some of those clips, and there are some of these solos transcribed at the end of the video, and you know, all of the chordal playing and stuff. But really, I first got into reharmonization when I first discovered my favorite band probably on the planet, Dirty Loops, these guys. Now, I was very young and well into fusion guitar players, you know, Guthrie Govan, Tom Quayle, Frank Gambale, all that kind of stuff. When Dirty Loops started putting out videos, you know, of them reharmonizing pop tunes, my little teenage brain was just like, what on earth is this? It was a completely different palette of harmony and something that I thought was just completely out of reach, if I'm totally honest. You know, I just thought this is on a completely different level. These guys, you know, they have this kind of jazz harmony there, but it's just being used in a completely different context. There's chords that I'd never heard in my life before. But it wasn't until really that I joined a band in Liverpool that I started to gain access to some of these concepts. Now, in the band in Liverpool, there were 3 gospel musicians, a keyboard player, a bass player, and a drummer. And we play all different kinds of gigs, you know, gospel gigs, but also your typical covers gigs. We'd take songs like, you know, Valerie by Amy Winehouse or the Zootons, or American Boy by Estelle, or Superstition by Stevie Wonder, and they'd be throwing all of these crazy chord structures at me, seemingly on the fly, you know. I'd be stood there playing guitar just like, what is going on? Like, I don't even know where to begin with this. I'd often go over to the keyboard player in the breaks or after the gig being like, show me what is going on. And the thing was that it couldn't really explain it to me so well. They were just so used to these chordal movements in the church. I mean, they'd grown up with it since they were tiny, essentially, that it was just like second nature to them. They'd hear it, or they'd have these unwritten rules that they could access, you know, like movements or certain reharms within chord structures, that when it came to the explanations, he'd just be like, oh, well, it's kind of like an A minor to, you know, and then I'm thinking maybe like the 3 chord. And I'd come away and I'd be like, I just don't get this. Like, what is going on? I'd record all of the gigs, usually like voice memos on the phone, or sometimes like film it, and go home and try and figure out what was going on with the chord structures. It was really a case of me figuring this all out for myself. It was really, really, really difficult at the start. And it wasn't until, like, you know, a few years of doing this that I started to understand, okay, there are certain rules. In other cases, there are absolutely no rules, which we'll see later on. It's a case of understanding how melody works with chords. But I kind of designed this course to structure it in a way of, how would I do this if I was to start completely from scratch again, moving all the way to the craziness of, say, a Dirty Loops style arrangement. And so hopefully that's what we're going to cover here. All you need is kind of a basic knowledge of theory and harmony, just the major scale. We're going to start, like I say, completely from scratch and then work towards the mentalness that can go on with this. But I hope you guys are going to enjoy all of the content here. It might be a little bit of a long one, just so that we cover all of the bases. 2 things to point out before going into it, though. 1, you might hear a lot of this stuff from, say, bands like Dirty Loops or gospel musicians and think, wow, this is all improvised. Believe me, it's not. When we get into the crazy territory, a lot of it is seriously planned beforehand and arranged to get these crazy palettes of harmony. Now, even speaking to Henrik Linder, the bass player from Dirty Loops, you know, he said this is the way they do it. They have a pop tune, which is usually quite a simple chord structure. You get the whole arrangement there and the whole feel, all the grooves and stuff. And it's afterwards that they start to look at, okay, how can we really mess with this harmony? And to hear that from him was so good, because that's exactly how myself and Owain would do it if, say, we're writing some crazy stuff together. We're very often getting the basic ideas down. When I say basic, these chord structures can be kind of funky and fusiony anyway, non-diatonic, not using functional harmony. But it's usually afterwards that you start to realize, okay, I can really mess with this at this point or this point. So bear that in mind. On the flip side, there are some improvised things that you can do, and there are certain movements or certain chord substitutions, things like secondary dominance, tritone substitution, that you can kind of improvise on the fly. And they are topics that we will go into as well, don't worry. But all I'm trying to say is that if you hear a Crazy Dirty Lips arrangement, or one of mine, if say the Baby Shark and stuff like that, that is very much heavily arranged first and foremost. It's not like I just come up with that stuff on the fly. I don't think anyone really can. Even the gospel musicians have set structures within which they work with and improvise with, throwing in certain substitutions or movements all the time. It's not like it's just like, here's a random sharp 5 that I can use and move to here. It doesn't work like that. The other thing to point out with this masterclass is that it's not necessarily going to be a chordal masterclass, as in me teaching you loads and loads of shapes. It's more a case of looking at the kind of the topic, say the certain subsection, and I'll give examples in the playing that will be transcribed, but don't expect this to be kind of like a chord Bible of here's all the voicings of C major 7. If you want me to do something like that, please let me know. I would love to do a chordal masterclass, but ideally this is all just about reharmonization and the kind of topics within that. The last thing I will say is that reharmonization is usually to do with the melody itself. But I would suggest with all of these topics that you explore it as just a tool to write your own crazy chord structures too. Melody can come afterwards. I know in like the jazz world, when it comes to reharmonization, they are purely focused on the melody and what chords we can swap out and sub out and stuff like that in a lot of cases. But I would say that you don't necessarily need the melody there to come up with interesting chord structures. So please take all of these topics and experiment with it in both ways. If you've got a melody, try and apply them. But also, if you just want to write some crazy chords and write a melody later, then definitely do it that way too. Okay, I know that was a long intro speech, but I think it's important that you understand some of these things before we dive into it. So without further ado, let's dive into the first topic. So the very first thing we need to understand before we get into any of these topics is how the major scale works and how functional harmony works. So all you really need to know at this point is, say, the C major scale. What we are going to do is build triads, chords on each degree of this scale. So this basically, if you don't understand it already, is the idea that on every degree of the scale, you can build a triad, and therefore you get a chord. This is done typically by stacking thirds. So if I was to take the scale one way, I like to think of this to get these thirds as I go take one, skip one, take one, skip one, take one. So in terms of that, you can see that the distance between this note, that's a third, that's a major third. The distance between this note, that's a minor third. But essentially when you play them all together, C, E, and G, we have a C major chord. And I can do this from every degree of the scale. If I do it from D, I can go take one, skip one, take one, skip one, take one. And now I have a D minor chord, D, F, and A. Do the same thing from the next degree, I would get an E minor chord. Do the same thing from the next degree, I would get an F major chord. Same thing from the next degree, a G major chord. Same thing from the next degree, A minor chord. From the next degree, I would get a B diminished chord. So that's like 1, flat 3, flat 5, and then I am back to C major. So if you know these basic kind of major and minor shapes, you know, I guess these are kind of like drop 2s almost. You get C major, D minor, E minor, F major, G major, A minor, we get the B diminished, and then we get C major again. And this is the foundation really for everything when it comes to functional harmony. What I would do to take this kind of a step further, and we're entering almost into that gospel territory, is to use the number system. Now, the number system is just a very easy way, rather than you having to shout across the stage like it's an A minor 11 or whatever. If I'm in the key of C, I know that it's chord 6. Why does that work? Well, let's label them. So we would literally call this scale, we've got on chord 1 is our C major chord. Chord 2 is D minor. Chord 3 is E minor. Chord 4 is F major. Chord 5 is G major. Chord 6 is A minor. Chord 7 is B diminished. And then we've got chord 1 again. So just 7 numbers that you have to remember, really. We can get crazy with them later on, but that is essentially how I would start to communicate with other musicians. Imagine, like I say on that stage, if you don't know the song and you know you're wanting to know what chords are going on, all you need to know is what key you are in. And then a keyboard player could turn around to me and go, I don't know, 1, 3, 2, 5. You know, doing this is much better than going, you're just literally never going to understand it, not in a loud environment, or they don't have a microphone that's going into in-ear monitors. Good luck. I've tried that and it definitely doesn't work. Or if they say like, you're like, what? C major what? Or D minor? And, you know, it's really, really difficult. So using this system is much easier. It becomes harder, of course, when we change keys and we break out of functional harmony, but you need to have a very clear understanding of this in order to kind of further progress. First things first is this idea that we've labeled all of them. You might recognize certain easy chord structures like this: 1, 6, 4, 5. Pick another random one. We could go 1, 3, 6, 2, 5. So you can basically create infinite amounts of chord structures using this idea. You can come up with them yourself, and most pop tends to be using just one key center and chords from within this harmonized scale itself. Now, bear in mind at the moment we don't have any melody. We'll get to that in a minute, but I would suggest you get really familiar with doing this in as many different keys as you can. If you want an exercise for that, then simply go around the cycle of fourths. What's the cycle of fourths? It's just the opposite way of fifths. So essentially, after every root note, go up a fourth. We're in the key of F now, and you do the same thing. You work out the numbers for that. So, so tight up there. I always get that diminished chord messed up. So then you'd move to the next fourth, which would be B flat, and you do the same thing. This kind of idea, etc. So the whole cycle would be like C, F, B flat, E flat, A flat, D flat, G flat, B, E, A, D, G, and then you're back to C. I'd say doing it that way is arguably more beneficial than just going chromatically. I think when we do that on guitar, we're just so used to moving frets that it doesn't really help. We want to move to a different area of the fretboard if possible. Now, another thing I would point out in terms of your practice with this is that you should do this at first using those basic kind of major, minor, diminished shapes, starting with an E string root. Then with the A string root. then if you want to go one step further, you could do it with the D string root with these 4-note voicings. So you get like... Just get comfortable moving between those. In terms of practice with that, it's easy. Give yourself some of those common chord structures. You know, things like the 1, 6, 4, 5, the 1, 3, 6, 2, 5. Any combination, really, to get you flowing. Write them down, practice them. See if you can do them in real time with like a metronome or a backing track. It's just really to get this kind of functional diatonic harmony really under your belt. Now, in this next video, we're going to look at one other important aspect of this scale. So let's move on. Okay, so we've established what chords are built on what degree of the scale, and we've looked a little bit at the number system. But now I want to talk a little bit about functional harmony and some of the chord families. So functional harmony, a loose definition of it, is essentially music that's based around some kind of tonic. You know, in this case, you could think of it as C major. And all of the other chords are basically like a path in order to get home. And on each degree, we can kind of predict where the harmony is going to move in order to get us towards the tonic. You know, I'm sure you've seen videos of people working out the chords to songs super quick. And before you start playing, you're like, how do they do that? But it's because it's so predictable in those chord structures, like a 1, 6, 4, 5. We hear it all the time. They have a function, and every chord has a way of moving. Great example of this is just understanding the dominant chord that always wants to lead back to 1, usually pulls our ear towards there. That's the perfect cadence for those of you who've looked at classical, but more on that 5-to-1 movement later. The purpose of this is to label all of these chords in kind of families. So we go back to C major with our basic kind of chords triads, then we'd label chord 1 the tonic. Now in classical harmony, they would label chord 2, they would call it the supertonic. Chord 3 would be the mediant. Chord 4 is the subdominant. Chord 5 is the dominant. Chord 6 is going to be the submediant. And then chord 7 is usually going to be called the guiding tone or leading tone. I'm playing a fancier version of that, it should have just been. And then back to chord 1, the tonic. What I'm going to say is forget all of those fancy names except for 3. And these are the 3 main families. This is just how I like to organize it in my head. The 3 which you need to look at are tonic, subdominant, and dominant, because all of these chords can be put into those families and they will function, which is the key word here, the same in terms of our chord progression, in terms of how it's going to loop us away from the tonic and bring us back. So if we look then, how can we label these and put these into these families? Let's take a look at the first family. I like to call this the tonic family. So of course we have chord 1 in there. The other chord we've got in there though is going to be chord 3, which is E minor. And the other chord that we've got in there is going to be chord 6, also known as like the relative minor. They are all part of the tonic family, at least in my mind, when I am looking at these chords and their relationships. Why are they part of the same family? Well, essentially, they all share 2 notes with each other. So C major and A minor, there are 2 notes that are the same within this chord. Of course, they are different in relation to their root notes. You know, if you followed the intervallic way, which I like to use, then you'll understand what I mean here. But essentially, like, the E is the major third of C. And then we have the C is the root of C. But those 2 notes are in A minor too. Just the difference is that E is the 5th of A minor and C is actually the minor third of A minor. don't need to worry so much about that right now. It's more just seeing that they have two notes in common with each other. We do the same thing with E minor compared to C. Essentially, in C major, you have the E and the G. And in E minor, you have an E and a G too. You've got the E is like the root of E minor, and the G is the minor third of E minor. Two of the same note. When we expand to seventh chords a little bit later, you'll see that there's even more in common. But for now, we're just sticking to triads, basic, major and minor and diminished stuff. So all three of those chords are part of this tonic family. And that actually means that they are completely interchangeable. I could pick any of those three and it's going to function in the same way. It'll just sound different. It's like a different flavor. So remember that chord 1, 3, and 6 are part of the tonic family, in my mind at least anyway. Now, the next family I like to think of is the subdominant family. Now this, you can see the subdominant chord we already talked about is going to be chord 4. In this case, it's going to be F major. But the other chord that is part of the subdominant family for me is chord 2, which in this case is D minor. Why? Again, they share two of the same notes. If we look F major, D minor, what notes do they have in common? Well, in this case, the F is in F and D minor, and the A is in F and D minor. It's just they are different against their root notes again. Like I say, F would be the root in that case, and then A would be the major third of F. But in D minor, then F is the minor third, and the A is the fifth. So basically, they are the subdominant family, and you can interchange with them as much as you like. You can pick and choose which one you want to play. Does not matter. Then the final family then is what I call the dominant family. So of course we can build the dominant on chord 5. In this case, we could just play the G major chord. And the other chord that belongs to this dominant family is going to be the B diminished chord, or chord 7. Why? Again, they share two of the same notes. If we take a look at it, the B is in both of these. It's the major third of G. And also that D, that's the fifth of G. But if we look at it in, from the diminished perspective, then the B is the root, and then the D is the minor third. Don't need to worry too much about that at the moment. Just understand that they are sharing two of the same note. Later on, when we get to seventh chords, there's even more cool stuff in there. But essentially, those two are interchangeable and they are going to function in the same way. So to completely, organize this then, the tonic family contains chord 1, 3, and 6, completely interchangeable. Subdominant family contains chord 2 and 4, completely interchangeable. Dominant family contains chord 5 and chord 7, completely interchangeable. They're going to function in the same way. Our ear is going to hear that movement as if they're the same sound. And that kind of sums up what functional harmony is about. It's this idea of movement that is predictable. And they are the three families. So where do you go from there? Well, essentially, what I would say is remember all of those, easy chord structures we were talking about before, like a 1, 6, 4, 5. What I could do using this knowledge is say we just do it in C. We get 1 is C, 6 is A minor, 4 is F major, 5 is going to be that G major. I could look at those families and go, well, I can pick any chord so long as it's from the family. So chord 1 could actually become chord 3 or chord 6. I could get this. There's chord 3 instead. Chord 6 is the next one in the structure. That could actually become chord 1 if we wanted it to. Chord 4 is the next one in the structure, but I could actually go to chord 2 instead. So that's part of that subdominant family. And then in the next one in the structure is chord 5, but I could actually play chord 7 instead because it functions the same. So this structure that was once this 1, 6, 4, 5 could now become and it works totally fine. You can hear there it's the similar thing. It's just like adding a bit of flavour, bit of ear candy to move things in a different way. Of course, this is without the melody being there, and when the melody gets introduced, we have to be a little bit more conscious of that. But what I will say is, as a little bit of like homework for yourself, take any common pop song that you know to be diatonic and just experiment with taking, say, the 2 and turning it into the 4. That's the subdominant family. Take the 5 and change it into the 7. That's the dominant family. Take, the 1 and turn it into the 6 or the 3. That's the tonic family. Just get used to doing this as much as possible and just let your ears kind of guide you of, oh, that sounds pretty cool. This works. This is what reharmonization is about. Now, you can do this if you're just like the guitarist and a singer quite easily because you're in control. It gets more difficult when there's other musicians there because they all have to be on the same kind of wavelength, You would have to communicate it essentially, especially if the bass player is playing different root notes. You want to let everyone know what's going on. But like I say, they are completely interchangeable within those families. This is reharmonization in its most kind of basic form. One thing I should also point out is that when we are reharming, say, that basic structure, the 1, 6, 4, 5, we could also add in 2 chords per bar or measure if we like to. It doesn't have to just strictly be 1 for 1. Say if I take that 1, 6, 4, 5, I could think, okay, I'm actually going to play 2 chords in the space of the 1. So we know the tonic family, we can replace it with either the 1, 6, or 3. Any of these will do. So I could now go, okay, I'm going to go 3, 6, and then we'll swap 6 for 1. So I could go. It's just added a little bit more movement there. Go into, chord 4. I could play both of them. And move into that chord 5 here. I could add in 7 as well. So this structure that was once just... it's been given a bit of like a facelift. We've now got we could do things like this. And then... it's just extra movement. It's up to you how much of this you do. I'm going to say right now, before we get into the craziness of, adding all of these different chords and stuff, is reharm really, it's a tool that should come with great responsibility, to quote Star Wars, power that should come with great responsibility. I think it was Star Wars. But it's about using your ear to make sure that it's not too much, which is definitely a thing. It's about making the right call and thinking, does this sound musical, or am I getting into kind of, mathematical territory rather than actually listening to what's going on? This goes right the way through this course. Like I say, you need to be careful and try and make musical choices. But that would be the first exercise I would give you. Go and take a pop song that you know to have a kind of simple functional harmony structure and just experiment with swapping those chords between those 3 families. I think that's a great way to just get used to this idea. Now, things, like I say, change a little bit once we add in melody. We need to be conscious that those notes in the melody fit with our chords. But I'm going to pick for this example a melody that you will know. For legal reasons, I can't say the exact name. Let's say the band is called Destiny's Child or something like that. And the song is called Say It's Fame. There's a solo example of this right at the end, don't forget. But essentially, we're going to take that melody and see how we can harmonize this. The basic structure from the original track is super simple. It's like chord 6, so that's like A minor in this key. It goes to chord 4, then it goes to chord 2, then it goes to chord 5, and then it's back to chord 6. So what we can do is experiment with swapping these around within these families, and we can hear it with the melody. Hopefully you'll hear it works perfectly. Okay, so hopefully you can hear there how those different families can be substituted and they all work with the melody in place. What I want to talk about very quickly is another type of chord before we go on to seventh chords and stuff, and this is our sus chords. Now, what is a sus chord? Essentially, it's a chord where the third is replaced by the 2 or the 4, and that usually means that we don't have kind of any minor or major association there. When it's just a triad, it's the 3 which tells us whether it's major or minor. If it's major, it has a major third. If it's minor, it has a flattened third. So what sus chords enable us to do is to create this like kind of ambiguity. Now, how would you create these? There are some rules when we look at it in terms of a diatonic scale. But essentially, if we took like chord 1, which is C major, the tonic, I could replace that third with the 2. And I get this big, airy sounding chord. It's just really, really nice. Doesn't have to necessarily be there. You can place it lower down, like this too. But just this is a common voicing. If I was to create a sus 4 chord, essentially I'm replacing this third again and taking it up to the 4th, and I get this. So sus 4 is this, sus 2 is this, and then a straight major is this. So on chord 1 on our tonic there, we can play either sus 2 or sus 4, but we've got to be very careful. Why careful? Well, that F is kind of a dissonant note. It always wants to resolve back to that E. You'll find this with sus 4s all the time. It feels like they want to come down. So just bear that in mind. It will work as a static thing, but it always feels like it wants to resolve. Now, moving on to chord 2 then, we've got D minor. Now I could create a sus 2 here. I just replace the minor third with that major second. Notice it's the same shape as before as well. Or I could play like a sus 4. And that works as well. Another voicing for that would literally just be like this, or I'm trying to think of another example now where we could get the 5 in there too. Essentially, sus 2 or sus 4 work on chord 2. Now with chord 3 though, we run into a little bit of an issue. Because a sus 2 typically would be a major second, but if I play a minor second, which is part of the scale, it sounds very, very dissonant. So I would tend to avoid sus 2 on chord 3. You can play sus 4. that is going to work fine. But just bear that in mind as a rule. Chord 3, tend to avoid sus2. Chord 4 then, which is F major, the subdominant. We can play sus2, no problem. But sus4, if it was like all of the others, it would sound like this. But technically, that would be a raised fourth if we wanted to stay in the scale. That's getting into modal territory, so for now I would say ignore that. We're going to cover all of that later. Just keep it as a kind of unwritten rule that on chord 4 you can play a sus2, but not sus4 for now. On chord 5 you can play either. You can play sus2 or you can play sus4. On chord 6 you can play either sus2 or sus4. Totally up to you. On chord 7, we're just going to ignore sus2 and sus4 completely really here, as it doesn't really function in that way. There's a tritone interval in there that we don't want to mess with, essentially. So, rule of thumb, chord 1, you can play sus2, sus4. Chord 2, you can play sus2, sus4. Chord 3, you can only play sus4, really. Chord 4, you can only play sus2, really. Chord 5, you can play sus2 or sus4, so... Or... Chord 6, you can play sus2 or sus4. Chord 7, we ignore. I hope that all makes sense, but what this enables us to do then is create really colourful, kind of ambiguous chords. I mean, just taking that progression that we've been doing there. If I replace these all with sus chords, check out this. So A sus2 to F sus2, D sus2, and then I could do G sus2, back 2. That's one way. I could do the sus4, and then maybe that's sus2 again, sus4, sus4, resolve into a normal major, and then, you know, we talked about we can swap out the tonic, so I could play C sus2 there, or sus4, resolve into the root. It just creates really cool sounding open progressions. But let's hear that in context then with an example using the melody there, so you can really hear how these sus sounds kind of function. So one last thing I want to talk about before moving on to seventh chords then is the inversions of major triads and how they can help us to kind of create interesting bass lines, actually. You might think, what are you on about here? Well, in order to understand this, you just need to understand the principle of inversions. If you're stuck with triads and inversions, then check out my visualization course, or there's even a free lesson on YouTube that's about 30 minutes long. But essentially, all of these triads can be inverted. And where this comes in handy is that we can use any one of these for any of the chords, if you like. So by that, what I mean is, say I'm playing the 1 chord, C major. I can use first inversion, I can use second inversion, or root inversion. Likewise, we'd say like D minor. I can use any of them, that's chord 2 there. You know, chord 4, or chord 6. I can pick any one of these that I want to play over the top. Now, this is where things can get very interesting. We can get Super nice root movement. Root movement is basically just how the root is changing through the chord, or the lowest note really. But by this, it's not necessarily the root of the chord. What I'm thinking of is it's the lowest note that we possibly hear. So if I was to, for example, take the first chord in this track, the chord 6, it moves to chord 4 straight after this. But what about if I play second inversion of A minor? Move into that 4. I've just created almost like a little bass line for myself, or a complete substitution. You know, the bass player can play any one of these notes of the inversion. So I could start and I could go, and I've got movement with this lowest note there, which is really, really cool. I mean, let's take another example. When it goes to chord 2, move into 5. I could take first inversion, and that leads me into chord 5. So I could go like, what about another inversion there? I could go to the first inversion of G, so I could get, and then back to. So the lowest note could go, for example, if I do this with all of these inversions here that I've just given as examples. This kind of idea, which to me is super cool because we've got a bass line that is different. It's movement essentially, and our ear really likes to hear that, especially when it comes to reharms. So what I would suggest is definitely experiment with the inversions and see if you can create a slightly different bass line to the original. I'm going to give an example now using that reharm with the melody so you can really hear what's going on. Okay, so hopefully you could hear there just how cool the triads can be when we start using them in their inversions. You know, we get all of these weird root movements, and of course, if you're a bass player, you can experiment with them octaves below, really mess with the harmony in a cool way. But now I want to get onto some of the juicier sounding chords. These are 7th chords. Now, whilst this is not craziness yet, we're not adding extensions, we're just looking at them in their basic form. We just need to understand how they are constructed. So like with triads, you think everything is built in thirds. So, you know, C major triad is C, E, and G. And those notes are a third away from each other each time. You can also think of using the scale, take 1, skip 1, take 1, skip 1, take 1. Or if we continue with this principle, so we could skip this one and take this one. So now we've got a B in this case of C major, and this is a C major 7 chord. So C, E, G, and B, or 1, 3, 5, and 7. And that's it. That's all the 7th chord is. The issue is on guitar, this is very hard to use this voicing, especially if we want to move into inversions. It's where keyboard players have it a huge edge, should I say, over guitar players. I mean, if they take that shape and they want to invert that, so, you know, instead of C, E, G, B, say they want to go to first inversion, which will be E, then we've got G, B, C, like this. That is almost impossible on guitar unless you're Alan Holdsworth. There's no way you're getting into that shape handy. This is why we use drop 2 voicings. Drop 2, the way I like to think of it, is basically the second note within this form. So that's C, E, G, B. You just take it up an octave. And our new kind of formula is 1, 5, 7, 3. So the second note in the order of the chord, if we were to logically build it, goes up an octave. That's just the way which I like to think of it. You might have your own way. But essentially it gives us this voicing, which I'm sure you have seen a million times. Another thing is, say you're on the low E string. Very often, rather than playing this voicing, the one which we've just done, it sounds a little bit muddy. What we tend to do is what's called like a drop 3. And in this case, it means that the third note in that order, so C, E, G, goes up at the top. You know, it's up the octave. So the order we get then, it becomes like, it's a bit weird. It's like 1, 7, 3, 5. And you should know this major 7 voicing. Again, to just point out where keyboard players have a huge advantage over us, one common voicing for like a C major 7 on keys, or even just a C major, is to take like 1, 2, 3, 5. So like 1, 2, 3, 5. That is almost impossible on guitar. You get this. If you wanted to play 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, that is pretty much the only way to do it. If you tried to do that up a key without using those open strings, I mean, check out this. It's just impossible. You can see there, it doesn't fit under the fingers, especially if you try and change keys and you want to go to say things without the open strings. This is where keyboards completely destroy guitar in terms of the harmony. Basically, a lot of the time we have to play triads, which we'll see later on when we look at slash chords. But yeah, just bear that in mind. So anyway, back to these shapes then. This is our drop 2. What we want to do is harmonize all of the C major scale now in 7 to see if anything really changes. So on chord 1, you would get C major 7. Chord 2, you would get D minor 7. Chord 3, you would get E minor 7. Chord 4, you would get F major 7. Chord 5, you would get G7. Chord 6, you would get A minor 7. And then chord 7, when we actually build on top of it, we get what's called a minor 7 flat 5 or a half diminished chord. And the thing is just remember it as it's like a root minor third. Then we've got the flat 5, that's a diminished 5th interval. And then we've got the flat 7 in there. So it's like a minor 7 chord just with a flat 5, hence minor 7 flat 5. And then we're back. So all of these chords can be used in substitutions for our triads that we had earlier. You just need to remember that major 7, minor 7, minor 7. Major 7, dominant 7. Minor 7, minor 7 flat 5. And then we are back to 1. So if we were to take like, you know, this chord structure, you could get 6, 4, and then we go 2, 5. So now that could become, instead of the triads, we've got you know, another version of that. And you can hear how it just softens everything ever so slightly. One thing I want to bring up while we're on this topic is, before I said about like the families being related, you know, I was saying about tonic families, as in like you've got C major 7, you've got A minor 7, and you've got E minor 7, and how E minor 7 and C major 7 are related. Or I said E minor as a triad and C major are related. Let's take that E minor triad, so, and put a C root on there, and we've got basically a C major 7. Why? E is the major third of C. G is the 5th of C, B is the major 7th of C. So you can see that an E minor triad over that C root is basically C major 7, and that's why they are completely interchangeable. You know, if you think, let's try and build, what is this? That is just an E minor triad in first inversion over that C root there. It's crazy how this can work. I mean, you could look at another one of these. Basically any major 7 chord is going to contain the minor triad built a major 3rd away from it. So F major 7, that has a sneaky A minor triad in there. Another example of that, there's an A minor triad. Put the F root on. This can open up tons of doors for you, especially in the future, you know, when we look at slash chords and basically choosing different root notes as well. This can come in very, very handy. It kind of opens up the world of harmony a little bit. We can do this in our chordal playing, we can do it in our single line playing. I mean, if I just play E minor triads over a C root, you can kind of hear basically C major 7. Before I played this sneaky 9th at the top there, we don't need to worry about that at the minute, but basically that is the idea. It works so well. They are completely interchangeable. Now, what this means is, for now, we could take a look at how this chord structure will sound just using 7th chords. I want to give an example with the melody in there. Notice how it fits perfectly. Let's hear what that sounds like. Hopefully you can hear there, it just softens things up essentially, especially the minor 7 and major 7 chords. The one which can be a little bit abrasive is that dominant 7th chord, and that's because within the actual structure of that, between like the flat 7 and the 3, there's a tritone that leads back. Resolves really, really nicely, but it's really pulling you home. A little bit more on the 5-to-1 relationship later on, but essentially you can always, if you want to keep that less of a pulling power, just play a straight major triad like we did earlier on before we moved on to 7th chords. What I want to talk about now is those 3 families again. So the tonic family, subdominant family, and the dominant family. And the thing is with 7th chords, all of these fall into exactly the same categories. So if we think of the tonic family, we've got chord 1, it's major 7, C major 7 in this case. Chord 3 in this case is E minor 7. And chord 6 is that A minor 7. They can all be swapped and interchanged however you like, the same like it was with triads. Then the subdominant family, then, so that was F major when we were doing triads, that becomes F major 7. That was chord 4, and chord 2 is the other one, that now is D minor 7. And they can totally be interchanged. You can see how similar the notes are. They contain basically 2 of the same notes. This is why these families work. At least 2 of those same notes, I should say. And then when we look at the dominant family then, so this is chord 5 where we had that dominant 7th chord. The other one in there is going to be chord 7. Remember that was diminished before. Now it's minor 7 flat 5 or half diminished. Hear how similar they are. Fun little fact, you know, if you think of a blues, which is all dominant 7th chords, you know, this kind of, that sounds horrible when it's just those straight dominants to my ears. One thing which I couldn't work out for years was whenever I'd watch some of the real greats, Josh Smith, Eric Gales, people like that, I'd see them using this half diminished chord or minor 7 flat 5. I'd be thinking, what is going on? How does that work? Well, it's this idea that basically they can be substituted. If you think 5 and chord 7 work perfectly, if you play a minor 7 flat 5 chord over that G root, you can see they are completely related. We've got the 3rd, the flat 7. This knows as an extension, technically, the 9th, and then we've got the 5th. More on extensions later, but you can see they are completely interchangeable. You can play it over the same root and it works perfectly. I hope all of this makes sense so far. What I want to do now is basically look at how we can reharm this just using these simple 7th chord ideas by interchanging some of these chords from their families. So, tonic family can all be swapped. So 1 can be 1, it could be 3, or it could be 6. The subdominant family can be 4 or 2, and then the dominant family can be 5 or 7. Let's hear what we can come up with that melody playing over the top now. One other type of chord I want to talk about before we look at extensions. These are super important. These are major 6th and minor 6th chords. Now, the way in which we construct these is very similar to 7th chords. All we need to do is replace that 7th with some kind of 6th. So if we think of, like, say, C major, we've got 1, 3, 5, 7. 6th chord is when we go 1, 3, 5, 6. Very often the voicing that we'll get is like this kind of sound. Or if we do it up here, very often they become what are called like 6/9 chords, where they actually add in the 9th extension too. But you know that you can just play 1, 3, 6 if you want to there. Now, this is really, really cool because it just sounds slightly different from the straight ahead 7th idea. I often substitute with this chord. Again, 6/9 chord, I've got 1, then I've got my 6th, then I've got the 9th, and then the 5th on the top. For a major chord, I just think that sounds absolutely glorious. We can do that on chord 1, and we can do it on chord 4 too. You can get like... or this shape. It's like 6/9 again, like I say. You can actually do it on chord 5 as well because there's no 7th there. Remember, that's a flat 7 if it's dominant. On chord 5, we can just replace that and it gets softer. Works really, really nicely. Minor 6 chords, on the other hand, they're a little bit different and they tend to sound like a much more complicated chord. If we take that same idea of like 1 flat 3, it'll be a minor 5 and then 6 instead of flat 7. You tend to get this kind of voicing. Very mysterious sounding, but it works, like if you've got... This can only be done on chord 2 and 6 though, so you could get 4. Very abrasive sounding. It's another voicing for it there. It sounds very smooth and it kind of comes a little bit from like the Dorian mode, if you like. I would say even chord 6 is arguable of whether it should be there because technically that should be a flattened 6. Like this, and we get a different chord sound. Same with chord 3, which we would not do this on. If I was to try and play like that same voicing of we've got a note that's not there. We've got C sharp. If I do that, I'm just getting first inversion of C major. So technically, chord 2 is probably the only place you can actually force it to be used in kind of diatonic harmony. Later on, when we look at some melodic minor harmony, that's when we can start experimenting with it. So just bear this in mind. But the real takeaway from this is that major 6 chord, or the major 6-9 that I used. Undiminished or half diminished, we don't really use this either. But let's just take a listen to how this can sound. So like I say, on all the major based chords, so that can be on chord 1, 4 or 5, then you can play 6-9 chords. Really with the minor chords, you can only really safely do it on chord 2. Can do it on chord 6 sometimes, and chord 3 definitely not. So let's hear it in the context of this track anyway. Hopefully you can hear the power of these kind of 6-9 chords as replacement for major sounds. And of course, sometimes we can use these kind of minor 6 sounds if we like to. It just gives a different kind of quality to the chord sound. Now what I want to talk about is a term called extensions, and this is where we are getting kind of into the more cool and creative voicing options and reharm options, really. Now, an extension can often be overcomplicated, I think. For me, all I need to do to think about what extensions are, I think of how do I build 7th chords. And in most cases, that is 1, 3, 5, and 7. There are 3 notes missing there from the scale, if we think on numbers. So the first extension is going to be the 2nd, which we also call the 9th. This is completely interchangeable. So if I say major 9th, it does not mean that, say, here's my root, that the 9th has to be above that octave. The 9th could be placed here. It's exactly the same as the 2. The next one we have is the 11th, and this can be interchangeable with the 4th. So it, again, like I say, it doesn't have to be this note here in relation to C. It could be here or here, anywhere you want. It doesn't matter about the octave or wherever. I just think of them as interchangeable labels. 11 is the same as 4. And the last one is 13, which is exactly the same as 6. So in the key of C, that would be our A. It can be there, it could be here. It doesn't matter about the octave. I interchangeably refer to those as the 13th. It's just the 6th. So that's all we need to remember. The 2nd is the same as the 9th. The 11th is the same as the 4th. And the 6th is the same as the 13th. They are just completely interchangeable ways of describing the same kind of intervallic function against the root note, really. Now, in order to kind of learn how we can add these to our chords, what I'm going to suggest we do first is to actually look at shell voicings. Now, a shell voicing is basically when we get rid of one of the notes of, say, the core chord. So usually, like I say, when we build any kind of 7th chord, we have the 1, 3, 5, and 7. There's one note in there that doesn't really matter, and that is going to be the 5th. It's what I call the potato interval. Now, the 5th, why does it not matter, that perfect interval? Well, if we look at the 3 different main types of chords, so the major 7, dominant 7, and minor 7, that 5th is present in all of them. Looks like a power chord on guitar, essentially. Doesn't give us any kind of harmonic information unless it's altered in some way. By altered, I mean raised or lowered. So say like when we flatten the 5 in our minor 7 flat 5, then it is adding some core information, and that's how we get that sound of the half diminished. It's down to that flat 5 in there. But really, with most chord types, all you need is the 3rd and the 7th. They are our guide tones, I guess. But what they enable us to do is to hear the sound of the harmony regardless of what crazy extensions go on. If you see a chord that says, you know, like major 13, sharp 11 with the ninth in there, then all I can really do if I want to understand what chord type that initially comes from is to look at that third and seventh, and that will be some kind of major third and major seven. Regardless of having 13, sharp 11, you know, the ninth in there, I'm going to look at, okay, it's a major chord because it has a major third and a major seven. If we look at dominant seven, that's just a major third and a minor seven interval. We look at minor seven, that's a minor third and a minor seven interval. And you could treat flat five, like the half diminished, as just kind of like an extension almost in some ways, because with the shell, we just have the 3 and the 7 and the root, you know, so you were to add that in. There we go, there is our minor 7 flat 5. So shell voicings, like I say, it's just a root, third and seventh. If it's major 7, it's major third, major 7, dominant 7, major third, minor 7, minor 7, minor third, and minor 7. So this enables us on guitar specifically to add extensions much easier because there's less fingers to push down. It's not like on a keyboard where you can use 2 hands and you've got the 5 fingers. You know, we are limited to these 4 fingers. So we need to make best use of them as we can to pick and choose which notes we play, really. So the first one I want to look at is going to be the extensions for a major 7 chord. Basically, we take that shell. The first extension we can add is going to be the 9th. So I need to find that note D. Let's put it up the octave around that shell. And I get this. Very soft sounding, you know, compared to a straight major 7. This just feels more easy, like a Sunday morning, if you like. Now, the next one is going to be the 11th. But listen, if I play a major 7 shell and their 11th, that is absolutely horrendous. Why? There's a tritone interval between 2 of those notes. The major 7 and the 11th within the chord. That just doesn't sit nicely. So we never put the natural 11th as kind of an extension. What we tend to do instead is to raise that 11th to a sharp 11. And all of a sudden that sits very nicely. This is borrowing from the Lydian mode, if you're familiar with that, this scale, where we have a sharp 4 instead of a natural 4th or perfect 4th in there. That's how I would typically play an 11th extension over major 7 chords. Technically, on chord 1, maybe this will work and will not work. It's up to you to make a choice. We'll talk more about that later. But then essentially the next extension that we've got is going to be the 13. So in this case, I need to find that note A. So I get this. Now, the cool thing with extensions is that we always assume that any extension below the one which we have stated is already included in the chord sound. So if I say like C major 13, I can assume that maybe that sharp 11 is in there anyway, and that 9th is in there for sure. And of course the 7th, if you want to even count that as an extension, that's there too. And it's up to me to make a decision which one I will play. So whatever is stated on like the chord chart, you can always assume wherever is below that extension is in the chord anyway. We just pick the highest value to label it. Now, if we move on then, that would work for all of our major 7s. So we've got major 9th, major 7 sharp 11, we call this one, or major 9 sharp 11 if we put that 9th in. And then we have major 13, which would be this one. So that works, of course, on major 7 chords. And if we think in this key, we have a major 7 chord built on chord 1, and we have a major 7 chord built on chord 4. So all of those same extensions work on chord 4. There was the 9th, sharp 11, and then the 13. Now remember I spoke about this sharp 11 thing. Technically that F sharp is not in the key of C when we play this voicing down here. This is something called modal interchange, which we'll go more in detail on later on. But it's a case of you can use your ears to kind of decide, does this work as a substitution? Does that chord sit nicely? With chord 4, there's no doubt it works because it's part of the key. But if we are thinking in terms of like diatonic functional harmony, we technically shouldn't use that. But I will say use your ears and let your own kind of intuition decide if this chord sits well or not. Because in 9 times out of 10 cases, it definitely does work. So that kind of covers it for the major chords and chord 1 and 4. Let's take a look at minor 7 chords then. So we'll take D minor, seeing as that's the chord 2 in the key. So I take my shell voice in. First one I want to add is some kind of ninth. Now, I could think of this as coming from D Dorian, which is probably how I tend to do it. This is the parent scale. Some of you might want to think of it from C major, but I just like to refer to modes compared to their roots. And so in this Dorian scale, second note I have, or that ninth, is a major ninth. So if I add this to the shell voicing, I get this. Sounds beautiful. One of my favorite sounds in music. The next one I can add is going to be the 11th. Let's just go back to that Dorian scale to find that. So there's that note G. I could add that on top. Beautiful sounding chord. You can add the 9th in as well. Still call it D minor 11. Remember, we assume whatever's below is in the chord. It's up to us whether we play it or not. Beautiful sounding chord. Another voicing for that. Just super pretty. And then the last one is going to be some kind of 13. So in the Dorian scale, it's this note B. I really love the sound of that. If we were to build it from, say, the natural minor, which is what most people would assume is going on here, you would actually have a flat 6 there, but check out how this doesn't sit so well. Feels like it wants to come down to the 5th. So that note is what we call like a flat 13 or a flat 6. When we're playing minor 7 chords, 9 times out of 10, we're going to play the major 6 and call it D minor 13. Or minor 13. It's that same kind of, issue that we had with the Lydian sound before, as in like the normal 11th doesn't work against the major 7 chord. It wants to do that, or it wants to go up. Same with minor chords here. This either wants to come down or go up. So just bear that in mind. With a minor 7 chord, when we play the 13, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be the major 13, not a minor or flat 13. Just doesn't sound great. Not the coolest sound. So we've basically got then like D minor 9, D minor 11, and D minor 13. All very cool and very usable. That is when we are looking specifically at chord 2. If we want to stay diatonic, we need to think of the other minor chords that we have in there. The other one I can think of is on chord 3. That's that E minor. Now, if I was to play the same voicing with that major 9th on top, I'm actually borrowing this F sharp again, which is not in the key of C. It's not strictly there. It would technically be like a flat 9, this note F. That doesn't sound too great either. It kind of takes away the characteristic of minor 7 on chord 3. This is a bit weird. This means we've used modal interchange if we use this one. So bear in mind that on chord 3, the 9th is very often just not played as an extension. Next one, the 11th, works totally fine because that's still in the key. And again here, the major 6th or that major 13 is technically a C sharp, which is not in the key. You could play the flat 13, but that's kind of an avoided sound, I would say, over that 3 chord. It's just, it sounds too close to C major in first inversion. I would avoid this, if I'm totally honest. The only extension I tend to play on chord 3, unless I'm using like modal interchange or changing keys, is the 11th. Now, the other minor chord within this diatonic scale is going to be built from chord 6, A minor. So of course we can use the 9th because the note B is in there. We can use the 11th because that note D is in there. But the 6th, again, the major 13 interval from A is technically an F sharp. That is not in the key. Remember, it would be this technically, which is that minor 7 with the flat 13th on the top. Can work in some situations if you want it to, but I would say more often than not, that's kind of like an avoid chord, really. And instead, we tend to substitute it with that major 13. But again, that is using what we call like modal interchange, or, you know, it's borrowing a chord from a different key technically, because that F sharp is not in the key of C major. But again, I would say use your own ears and see if that does fit. So long as that note is not clashing with a melody note, it can work. It's totally a viable option. It's like we need to learn these rules and then we need to break them. That is something that needs to be stated now and will be stated even stronger later on. So just bear that in mind then. So to quickly recap minor 7 chords, you know, if it's on chord 2, you can use any of the extensions, the 9th, the 11th, or the 13. Chord 3, really the only one you want to use is the 11th if we want to stay in the key. Chord 6, you can use the 9th, you can use the 11th, and really we tend to avoid that 13 there if we want to stay within the key. So the final chord that we want to look at is going to be the dominant 7 chord. And in terms of extensions, this is going to be built from, say, the Mixolydian scale or mode. All there is like a major scale with a flat 7. So if I take the G shell voice in here, because that's the 5 of C, I can play the 9th, which is the note A. I could play the 11th. It sounds like a blues ending to me, that. You know, this kind of sound. Or I could play the 13. And they're all going to work. This is when we are not playing altered dominant chords. We'll get onto that later on in more of the intermediate section. But all 3 of these work totally fine. 9th, 11th, and 13. There's one chord in particular, though, that I want to talk about a little bit here, and this is the 11th chord. Very often, the chord which I will play instead as a substitute is what keyboard players tend to just call G11. You must have heard this before. Essentially, it looks like a major triad, in this case F major, or one built from a whole step below the root, over that G. Now, some people refer to this as like G11 sus2 because there's no 3rd in there. It's been replaced with the 9th. You could call it that. I just call it G11. And this is what I tend to use instead of this sound that has a very kind of in-your-face sound, that, you know, 11th when we've got the 3 and the 11th in the chord. This sounds softer, so that's got the flat 7, the 9th, and the 11th in there. Can also be used as a minor type chord because there's no 3rd. Look, we've replaced the 3rd there with the 2nd. So you can call that dominant 11 sus2 if you like, or just a dominant 11 sound. I really like that as a voice, and I think it just adds so much colour. The very final one I want to talk about is the minor 7 flat 5, which a lot of people avoid putting extensions on, and even myself, I'd prefer just to hear that kind of like minor 7 flat 5. It's such an in-your-face kind of function sound. But we can technically add on extensions, and what we would get would be like the flat 9, can work over the top of that sound. It's just very hard to voice here. Maybe you could voice it like this. Using the cheeky thumb over the top to play the root. That's a flat 9 because it would be coming from the Locrian sound. Flat 9 in there. You can use a natural 9th, but that's more borrowing from a melodic minor sound. It's definitely different to our standard flat 9 one. And it technically wouldn't be in the key if we used the natural 9 there. Just bear that in mind. The other one we can use, you could use the natural 11, which would be this E note. I really like that sound. You could just add so much. You can hear it there. Really works well. And then the last one will be like a flat 13 if you wanted to add that. So you get this, or even, you know, this sound. It's hard to play on guitar. That would be how I'd do it. Just I'd take that top part. And there we have it. So you can experiment with them, of course, but in most cases as guitar players, we tend to just play the -7 flat 5 by itself, or triads that are going to give us those extensions. So to sum it up, really, let's just take a look at each individual step and what extensions we can add. So chord 1 is a major 7. We can add the 9th. We can add the sharp 11, even though it's technically not right. You know, experiment, use your ears. And the 13. Chord 2, you can add in, it's a -7 chord, you can add in the 9th, the 11th, the 13. Chord 3, we tend to only add in the 11th of that -7. Chord 4, we can add in all of the extensions, the major 9th, the major 9 sharp 11. We could add in the 13. You know, the other one is our next one, our 5 chord is dominant, so we could add in the 9th. We could add in the 11th, or substitute it for that sound, you know, the 11 sus2. Or we can play the 13. On chord 6, we can play the 9th. Or we can play the 11th. We don't tend to play the 13 because it's a flattened 13. Don't tend to do that. You can kind of raise it and let your ears decide, but then it's not part of the key. Chord 7, you can add in the flat 9, which would be, you can add in the 11th, or you can add in the flat 6, flat 13. And there we have it. So, I mean, I know we've rushed through all of them there, but what I would say is experiment with adding these extensions to basically any chord structure. Use your ears and let that kind of tell you, does this work? Does it soften it up? You know, with this Say My Name one, I mean, you know, we know it's chord 6, 4, 2, 5, and then back to 6. But you could basically play like A minor 9. You could play F major 7 sharp 11. You could play D minor 13. Then you could play G9 with the 13th in there. Then A minor 11. See how this works? It just adds softness. I mean, to give a few examples. And of course, we can use all of the substitution tricks that we used before, you know, swapping out tonics. So maybe I want to get rid of that chord 6 and play chord 1 instead. I could play, you know, like C major 9. I could play C major 13 instead of this. So imagine, let's play the chord structure now as like 1, 4, 2, 5. the 6/9 right at the end, but you get the idea. Everything that we've done before can now be built upon using these extensions. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot of work to get them into your playing at first. That's why I say take the shell voicings and practice adding them on top. But this opens up a complete different world of harmony. Let's hear an example harmonizing that melody using these 7th chords with extensions. Hopefully you can hear there just how much cooler this can sound with those extensions. It almost just softens the progression a little bit. One thing to bear in mind is I was using what is called like voice leading, and there's more on that in a little while. But essentially you can hear how it just like smoothens transitions between those chords. They sound like a way bigger palette to my ears at least. But one thing I want to talk about now is not extensions, but inversions. We spoke about this when we talked about the triad inversions and how we can create like interesting root movements. So if you and the bass player are on the same wavelength, he can move the root note to follow these inversions and we get completely different chord types, but it's just more movement in between the chords. I always like to think of this as almost like, you know, you've got a journey from A to B. Say, if it's just using the straightforward diatonic motion, then A to B, you're on the bus, one stop, off we go. If we add in some of these like inversions and we change the root movements, it's like taking stops at all these interesting places on the way, and we get like a little snapshot into how cool it can sound, the movement in between. So rather than giving you all the kind of inversions for -7 flat 5, major 7, dominant 7, I just want to show you one example of how this could work in context. So say like that A-7 we have here, we could invert that and get this. So the F major 7 here, we could invert that and get this. The D-7, we can invert it and get this. The G7, you know, you could take an inversion that's like, if we're basing it off this one, we could take this inversion. That sounds quite abrasive, and I mentioned this earlier on, that very often in like pop and stuff like that, if we've got a dominant 7th chord, we don't tend to state that flat 7 so obviously. So what I might swap it out for is just like a major chord in first inversion, like either this, or take one of those up the octave. Like this kind of sound. Now check out this progression without it in context of the vocals for a second. We could get... It's a lot of movement going on at the moment, you can hear there, but it works very, very well. I just think that that is adding some element of coolness there. I mean, if the bass player follows that too, you might not necessarily still have an A minor. You could view this as some kind of like C major chord, you know, it's more like a kind of extensions on the top. You've got the 6th in there, you've got the 3rd and the 5th, you know, and here, I would still think of that as F in first inversion, but someone might say that that's like an A sound. For me, definitely not. I'm still hearing that as a major chord, not an A minor of some kind. But just bear that in mind. It can add interest if you're writing bass lines underneath. Get it to follow what inversions you use, and you don't know what kind of palette you're going to open up. Anyway, let's hear that kind of idea in context with the melody then. Hopefully you can hear there all of the movement that those extensions can bring out, especially with the lowest note involved. It just opens many doors. But the next topic I want to talk about is voice leading, and this is one of the most important if you want to make the transitions between chords sound as smooth as possible. Or maybe that's not the goal. You want to break this rule and create something kind of a little bit more jarring or with a bigger intervallic jump. Voice leading is a topic that can be really difficult, and there are tons of rules if you've studied kind of classical music that honestly I say you should experiment with breaking them. The things which I can think of off the top of my head are things like parallel fifths, parallel octaves. You get told in classical theory and harmony that this is wrong. My argument to that is like a parallel fifth is a power chord. How many rock tunes, how many pop tunes have used this kind of way of harmonizing things? Tell me that that's wrong. I don't know. But I'll leave some of the kind of concepts floating around the screen that you might want to check out, just as a kind of experimentation for yourself if you want to dive more into those concepts. I want to look at how I view voice leading though, and this is kind of more in simple terms, really. Basically, the idea is that we want to keep notes as close as possible to create smooth transitions. If we want to create jarring transitions, we move them in bigger intervallic jumps. To give an example of how maybe you shouldn't voice lead, let's just look at this progression, this 6-4-2-5. I'm just going to play triads and then I'm going to move them between their root inversions. So say, let's hear that progression. Maybe that is what you are going for, but you can see it's jumping all of the time. And these notes are by no means close together as we change into a different chord. You know, put some roots on them. It's moving so far in between all of these. So what I like to do to understand it in a simple way is I take just that triad and I look and think, can I somehow see an F that's close here? And for me, rather than jumping down, I can see that there's an F in first inversion really close here. And all I have had to do really is move one note. Look at that, the difference between A minor. That F is just this note moving. If I move to D minor, rather than going all the way up here, from this F, can I see a D minor close? Yeah, I can see second inversion of D minor. Super close, as you can see, there's only one note that's moved between F and D minor. It's in the middle of the chord as well. It's this one to this one. Now, when we get to our 5, this is where things do move a little bit more. There's not a 5 that's really close to this. The best way is either to go down or I could go up. I can see this first inversion of G. So we've got this movement now. Or works super cool. And even there, as I'm moving, most of these intervals are only jumping by like a whole step or a half step, basically, or staying the same. And this kind of gives us some kind of rule, really. If you want the smoothest voice leading, then you want to try and keep the notes either exactly the same or moving up or downwards by either a half step or a whole step. Anything more than that can be a bit more difficult for our ears to grasp onto. But I could do the same thing with, say, 7th chords and their inversions. So if I think of, say, root inversion of A minor 7, can I see an F that's close? I can see first inversion of F major 7 here. Can I see a D that's close? I can see second inversion of D minor 7. Then the closest one is probably going to be the first inversion of G dominant 7 here, where things did have to move. But again, look how close between A minor and F. We can keep these two notes the same. The only thing which has to move is the one on the B string by a whole step. It's just one note difference. To get to the D minor, do we need to change anything? We can just move this one on the G string down a whole step. And then when we move to the G7, that is when things do have to move. But this creates a super smooth sound. You could carry on moving up, I guess, into different voicings. You know, but this is kind of the concept. One of the way I like to look at it is, can you keep the note the same as you move through the progression? And this gives us like the smoothest voice leading. Very often the highest note or the top note that we hear in the chord is the one which our ear latches onto the most. It's just the way that the human ear works. So if I was to take, say, like this A minor 7, my top note is E here. Let's try and keep this the same through every single chord movement. So is E part of F? We need to look. Yes, it is. It's the major 7. So I could play that F major 7, or if I want to even keep the A the same, that's F in first inversion, F major 7 in first inversion. That works perfectly. So we've now got this movement. Then is that E note, is that part of D minor 7? Well, it's not part of the 7th chord itself, but it is an extension. It's the 9th, so we could get D minor 9. What about G? Is it part of the G dominant 7, like just the bass structure, 1, 3, 5, 7? No, but it is an extension. It is the 13, so we could get this. So now our progression could be super smooth. That top note stays the same. See how that works totally fine. And isn't it interesting that that is the main melody note you hear in this tune? You know, it's almost like it fits too perfectly. What was I going to say? But there is another few ways you could think about this and things to experiment with. So another way to look at it is, can you keep the top note moving, say, in one direction, either by half steps or whole steps? So I could think like A minor 7, and I want the next chord to move down a whole step as the top note. That would work. I'd get like an F13. So could it move down another whole step and go to some kind of D? Yes, it would be D minor 7. Could it move down another whole step and see where we go? Not a whole step in this instance, it would have to be a half step, but we could get that G7. So we've got hear how smoothly this works. Could we go the opposite way? So I could go A minor 7. Where can I move? Can I go a whole step? No, because that would be out of the key, but I could go a half step and I could get like an F major 7 of some kind. Can I go up again to the D? Yes, I can get this. Or even, can I go up a half step again for the G? Yes, or a whole step? Yes, I can. I can get G9. Up another whole step when I resolve. I get this, so our structure could be like, this is just using that rule of constantly moving upwards, either in half steps or whole steps. I hope all of this makes sense, but what I would say is, like, try taking songs or chord structures that are easy like this and just practice moving as smoothly as you can between one chord to the next. It doesn't matter what inversion you use, really. It's just about trying to keep things as close together as possible. Obviously, later on, you can break this rule. If you want something to sound completely like a jump intervallically, then let me give an example of this. This can sound totally fine as well, and it's what classical music would probably tell you not to do. But I could think of, say, like this. There I was trying to move in as big a jumps as I can see, but even still, my ears sometimes, like at the very last chord there, I'm wanting to keep movement close together. My ear naturally wanted to do that. So this kind of A minor 7 instead. I hope that gives you some interesting ideas and concepts that you can use, and obviously you can dive in and explore this in a crazy way. Maybe let's just hear a quick example over the melody, just so that you get an idea of how it works in context. Okay, so to kind of summarize and finalize this first foundational part of the masterclass, I want to talk about two very important concepts that you can build on as we continue through this with your ideas. But I think it's a good idea to introduce one of them now, and that is like pedal point harmony. And this is whereby we take one root note but allow the harmony to move over the top. This is very easy to apply to this chord structure which we've got at the moment, this 6-4-2-5. If I take those triads which we looked at when we were doing the kind of voice leading ideas, the A minor, the F major, the D minor, and the G major. If I wanted to, I don't necessarily have to play all of the root notes of the other chords. I could pick just one, and this would act as kind of like an anchor point. So if I pick A, for example, let's check out how this sounds. You can still hear the movements of the harmony. See how our ear kind of just totally accepts that. I mean, this does create interesting tensions on those chords, but this is all what reharmony is about, tension and release, essentially. It's what all music fundamentally is about. Let's just analyze those chords. I mean, you could say that that's A minor, it's just a straight triad. When we play the F over this A minor, we get like an A minor with a flat 13 in there, really, or the flat 6. I would simply just call that F over A. That is a slash chord. The next one, if we play a D minor over the top of that, we kind of get like the flat 13 with the 11th extension. The G over the A gives us kind of like a A11 chord, or an A7 or A11 sus2, you could call that. Remember, we looked at this chord earlier on. Beautiful bit of harmony there. But it all works. It just creates movement. What is interesting about this is the bass player can continue playing that same root note. Could we do that with the other notes from within this sound? Let's try. So let's take the F, for example. This is a bit harder. But it totally works again. I love that sound. Sorry if I do that again. That last last chord in particular is absolutely gorgeous. That is technically just like a G7 in its third inversion anyway, but over an F root, if I'm thinking F is the lowest note, I could think of that as like a F major 7 sharp 11 kind of idea, or F major 13 sharp 11 even. Beautiful, beautiful chord. So that totally works. We've got F major 7 if we play the A triad over the top. Remember, they are completely related. We've got an F major chord. Then we get this beautiful one. It's kind of like a F major 6. And then this like F major 13 sharp 11. Beautiful sounding. Another one you could do, let's try the D. So if I play those triads, I get D minor 9. The next one would just be like a D minor 7. The next one would be D minor. And then the next one's a bit tricky, but we get here. Let's work it out. We've got kind of like a Dorian sound, really, in terms of the intervals going on. We've got basically like the 11th. We've got like the major 6. And we've got the root. So that gives us a real flavour. It's like a minor 13 sound almost. With that 11th in there. That works totally fine. If we go... See how it works? Even the G, we could do it with that. Let's try. So you've got like this kind of sound. It's a bit harder to voice because this G is down here for me to keep that root note going, where I could use this inversion of A minor 7. Here. Totally works. What do we get if we play A minor over G? Well, essentially we've got like a G7 or a G13 sus4, you could call it. Works really, really nicely. We could look at, say, another one here. Let's the F over that G is G11 or G11 sus4, you could call that, or not G11 sus4, you call it G9, G11 sus2. I always forget, I just literally prefer to call that G11. The next one would be the D minor over that. What does that give us? Let's look at the intervals. We've got the 9th, we've got the 5th there, and we've got the flat 7. So it's like a G9, almost. And then the last one is just going to be G. But again, it totally works. Let me just play a few different inversions of this. That works totally fine. Hopefully that all makes sense. So you should look for pedal notes if you want, especially if it's this diatonic harmony. It can work with non-diatonic harmony too, which we'll see maybe a little bit later on. But it's just another cool way to explore reharmonizing a song. We'll listen to a few examples of that, but the last point I want to bring up, and this goes for everything that's come before and everything that's going to come within this masterclass, is that you should always be paying attention to the rhythmic aspect of the reharm too. Like there, you could clearly hear I had this. Rhythm is equally as important as the harmonic information. If we add rhythmic interest to our chords and the chord movement, that's how we can create that excitement. You know, we're not just going block chords. You know, even the rhythm between the notes of the chord is equally important, and you should focus on that. You don't just want it to be block sounds all the time. Can you add rhythmic interest to it? When we start adding in even more chords, you'll see that it creates rhythm anyway. We have to find place for where we can physically put a chord in the reharm situation. But it's just one thing to bear in mind. Make sure that you're not just holding down chords for like whole measures. I would say that is one thing to bear in mind right the way through this. But anyway, before we listen to these two examples, I just want to say this kind of concludes the foundational aspect of this masterclass. In the intermediate section, we're going to be looking at some more ways we can use 5-to-1 movements and some common reharm techniques. It's where the kind of jazz starts, if you like. So I hope you enjoy this example, and I will see you in the next section. Welcome to what I have called the intermediate section of this masterclass then. And now we are going to start exploring more of the kind of jazzy concepts. I use that word because it applies to everything, but it's just the thing that I guess most people relate to. If you struggle with any of these concepts and you've dived right in at this point, I would say go back and check out some of the fundamentals, some of the examples there maybe, to give you a stronger understanding of where we are at the moment. But in this first section, I want to talk all about the importance of the dominant chord, and in particular the 5-to-1 movement, because this is the strongest relationship in music, basically. Music, when it comes to harmony, is all about tension and release, and the dominant chord is the strongest example of this that we have in music. If we think 5-to-1, this movement definitely tells us where we are going in terms of the harmony. Whenever I hear 5 chord, I'm going to 9 times out of 10 expect that it is going to resolve to some kind of 1. That could be major or minor, like this kind of thing. That could work in, if you were to harmonize like the scale in terms of a minor scale, very often the 5 chord, rather than it being, say, the minor 7 that it usually is, it turns into this 5. Because that pull is just so strong. I mean, the other one, which is kind of as strong, is the 1-to-4 movement. You know, this kind of example. But it's much less of a pull than whenever I hear that dominant chord, my ears are being pulled towards that 1 chord. And that is because of this tritone interval in between. It's so strong that it wants to resolve. The only case where this isn't necessarily the case is in a blues format, where like our home tonic is a dominant chord, but they all relate to each other. They're all resolving in different ways. Maybe we can look a little bit about that later on. But I just want you to really understand that 5-to-1 is one of the most important movements. Now, in terms of how we can do this in, say, a traditional way, to tie these, we should look a little bit at voice leading them. So if it's just like a straight major chord to major chord, that's when we're just looking at triads. You can hear that movement. If it's a straight dominant 7, so you can hear clearly that pull. But what I think we should look at is what happens when we start adding extensions here. So, I mean, in a traditional sense, if we are building our dominant chord from the Mixolydian scale, our extensions are typically going to be the 9th, and that can resolve nicely to the 5th of the 1 chord. Sounds super pretty. Another one we could try, say, that like dominant 11 sound. That resolves to the major ninth very nicely as well. Or it could go, you know, the other way. You could get this kind of where our highest note is the 7th there. What about the 13 chord? So we could get this kind of movement. Now I'm playing an interesting chord. I'm playing a G over C, but essentially that gives us like a C major 9 sound. Absolutely love that. You can hear just that strong pull. You know, if I did it with voicings up here, you can hear a similar thing. So if I played like G7 down to C, that works, or that could work. What about if I play G9? Like this kind of sound too. What about if I played down to, I could even keep that 9th on the top. What about the 11th? What about this one? That was the 13th resolve into the C. You can hear just how much of a strong pull that has. But there is another way in which you can use this dominant 7. In fact, there's many ways which we're going to get onto. In the example of the song which we've got here, where it's going like 6, 4, 2, 5, it's always resolving to the 6. This is another common way you can do this. A dominant chord can go up a whole step to that like relative minor of the tonic. Remember, C major and A minor in the same key, both kind of function as tonic chords. So that movement works totally fine. I could get this like a G13 to A minor 7. What about G9 to A minor 7 or 11? What about G11 to an A minor 7? Keep the top note the same there even. What about a more typical G11, like that F over G? Go into A minor 11. Works very nicely. I love that sound. But hopefully you can hear the pull and the pulling power that this 5 to 1 has, or in this case, 5 to some kind of tonic chord. The only one which is a little bit weird out of that like tonic family which I mentioned is going to the 3 chord from the dominant. It's not as powerful as a movement. Feels like we're continuing the journey almost, whereas when we go from 5 to 6, that feels like a resolution, or 5 to 1. That is the strongest resolution we've got in music. What I want to do is explore what we can do with these further, some more advanced concepts. First of all, let's hear an example of some kind of voice-led ideas with that 5 chord, moving to chord 6 on the first run, and then we'll move to chord 1. Remember, that acts as a substitution between 1 and 6. Let's check it out with the melody. Okay, now I want to talk about a subject that is way more jazz influenced, and this is the concept of altered dominance. So remember, with all the dominant 7th chords that we've used so far, they have kind of been built from that mixolydian mode or scale. Where basically it's like a major scale with a flat 7. All the extensions have come from there, the 9th, the 11th, the 13. They've all come from within this G mixolydian sound. Now, altered dominants come from a completely different place. This is from the melodic minor family. And if you don't know what the melodic minor scale is as a mode, essentially it's like this. We have root, we have the major 2nd, minor 3rd, perfect 4th, perfect 5th, major 6th, major 7. And the chord it creates is like a minor major 7 chord. Absolutely beautiful. It's not like a minor 7, major 7, dominant 7 at all. It's got that minor 3rd and major 7 in there. More on that later, but really what we want to understand is where this altered sound is coming from. This is actually from the 7th mode of the melodic minor scale. In this case, you can think of it as super locrian. That is the typical term. I just call it the altered scale. And an altered scale built from G would look like this. You have root, flat 2, flat 3, flat 4, flat 5, flat 6, flat 7, and then we're back to the root. So as you can see there, it's flat everything technically. And this is where we can kind of get these altered extensions from. So if we were to go back to our dominant 7 shell voice, and let's take that G7 here, we need to look at what altered extensions we can add in. And the first one is going to be some kind of 9th. In the case of the altered scale, we have a flat 9 in there. So let's try and add that in. Can you hear all that tension that flat 9 is bringing? But it resolves perfectly to like a minor 7 chord. Or it can resolve perfectly to a major 7 chord. Just adds in way more tension than just the normal dominant 9th. That starts to sound plain now, whereas the flat 9, that sounds lush to my ears. So that's our first altered extension. The next one is technically what we call a sharp 9, even though that's what it's not labeled as in the scale. We have to understand why. What is a sharp 9? So we go to our normal 9th of G, that's that note A. We have to raise that a half step. You might say, yeah, but Jack, that's just like a flat 3, a minor 3rd. Think of how we build a dominant 7th chord. A dominant 7th has a major 3rd in there and a minor 7. But it's a major 3rd. So we have to kind of label this in a different way. Hence we get that name, sharp 9. It's your Hendrix chord, if anyone knows that. Resolves really nicely. Can go to minor. You know, you could do this. Just really works well. What about if we keep it the same note? Really, really pretty. And this is kind of another way of just creating tension. You could mix the two together, sharp 9, flat 9. Or what about the other way? You know? Get this kind of movement. It's just adding in loads of tension and release. And that's the whole point of this kind of dominant movement to tonic. Now, the next one that we can add in is technically what I would call like a sharp 11 rather than flat 5, really. And that's just to kind of differentiate in my head what's going on. Some people will still refer to this as like a dominant 7 flat 5. I don't like that. For me, that just confuses me a little bit. But it's this sound. Those of you familiar with will understand that. But this one in particular, the dominant 7 sharp 11, has a very different function. So we won't necessarily talk about it in this context of resolving to that one at the moment. Can still work, of course. It's just usually dominant 7 sharp 11s are a totally different concept, tritone substitution, which we'll see later on. The last one then is going to be this sharp 5, and you might think, well, why not just call it the flat 6? We need to differentiate again. This is this note in the key of G. Sounds absolutely gorgeous again. And that resolves like this. You could go to minor, like to a minor 9 if you wanted to. You could go to a major 7. Go to a major 9. Just again, adds loads of tension. I absolutely love that sound. Now, what is cool about these altered chords is that you can add different variations of them as extensions. So if we want to keep things strictly like to this altered kind of 5-to-1 movement at the moment, then you could add in any iteration of flat 9, sharp 9, or sharp 5, and it's going to work. One really common voice and I love to use is this kind of idea, where I went like, that's like dominant 7 with the sharp 5 and that kind of sharp 9 in there. Then the flat 9 and the sharp 5 resolve into C major 7 or C major 9. Do it to a minor chord like this. Sounds really pretty, or even just that. You know, so we've got like, let's try that again. Just adds in loads and loads of tension. Now this, like I say, is primarily when we're moving between like 5-to-1. Just to give an example, if say we're moving 5-to-6, this is how it would sound like. Works, but it feels slightly different. You know, it's mainly when we want to get a 5-to-1 movement in there, but experiment with it moving to 6-2 to see what it sounds like to your ears. But anyway, what I want to do now is I want to take a look at this progression that we've got so far, which was like 6, 4, 2, 5. And instead of going to 6, I'm going to sub that 6 with the 1 both times so that you can really hear the tension. It's just going to function in exactly the same way. This is our reharms with altered dominance. Hopefully you can hear there just how much tension these kind of altered extensions add when we're moving between that 5-to-1 chord there, that sharp 5, flat 9, sharp 9. It just enters into a different world really when it releases. It's beautiful. Anyway, there's one more type of kind of altered dominant that I want to talk about, and this comes from a different scale again. This is from the diminished scale. In particular, I'm going to think of like the half whole diminished. For those of you who don't know what that is, diminished scale is an 8-note scale, but essentially the pattern is you go from your root and you go half, whole, half, whole, half, whole, half, and then we're back to the whole step to get us to our root. So it's this all together. In terms of labeling intervals, it can get quite confusing. I like to think of it as like 1 or root. We've got the flat 9, we've got the sharp 9, we've got the 3, we've got the sharp 4 or sharp 11. That can be the flat 5 too. 5, then we've got the major 6, minor 7 or flat 7, and then root. And why would I choose this in particular? Well, you can build a dominant 7 sound from this scale because it has the flat 7 and the major 3 in there. You could even build a dominant 7 flat 9. But there is one in particular that is different from, say, the normal altered scale. And this is when we have a 13 in there. Why? Because there's a major 6 or major 13 interval in the scale. So we can add this to our chord. And basically we could play like a dominant 13, a flat 9. Sometimes you could play dominant 13, sharp 9. That works totally fine too. The one which we're avoiding really is this sharp 5 or flat 6 because that is not part of the diminished scale, but it can work as a 5-to-1 movement. say C major 7. Let's just compare that to the sound of, say, a dominant 7 sharp 5 from the altered scale. This sounds different. This altogether is much different from. I hope you can hear that resolution. Now, in kind of classic kind of reharm rules, lots of jazz guys even say, oh, they hate to resolve a dominant 13 flat 9 to a minor chord because of this movement. They don't like that voice leading. What I say is ignore that. If it sounds good to your ears, then use it. To me, that is not super offensive. Works totally fine. Another voicing for this could be like, you could get, let's just add in the flat 9. And then we've got the 6 at the top or the 13. To a minor. I went to a minor 9 there. Hopefully you can hear that works, but it's just a different element of color when it comes to our dominant chords, in particular altered dominant. So remember, another way you can use these altered extensions is to think of the diminished scale version, which is usually the chord voice we use is a dominant 13 flat 9. Let's check out an example of how that sounds. Remember, the progression is usually 6, 4, 2, 5, back to 6, but for the sake of these, I want to really hear that 5 to 1 movement, so I'm going to sub out chord 6 for a 1 chord on that turnaround each time. Let's check out an example then. How cool is that 13 flat 9 sound from the diminished scale? I really love it, just as another option to create tension on a 5 chord. Now I want to talk about another kind of substitution that's sort of related to this 5 to 1 movement. But essentially, this is going to come from the melodic minor scale, and there's going to be a new chord that gets introduced. First of all, see if you recognize this kind of progression. I'm just going to go 1 to 4, but I'm going to do something weird to the 4 the second time around. Did you hear that? Basically, I was using simple triads, really. C major, F major, and then I played this kind of F minor. It creates a load of tension to bring us back. It's almost functioning like a 5 to 1 movement. But remember, this is 4 minor. The thing is, most people tend to stop there. You know, like when people analyze things like the Beatles, I see it written like that all the time, like F major, F minor, coming back to C. What I think is really going on is this chord, or some variation of that back. And this comes from the melodic minor scale. We talked about this when we looked at that altered sound. That is a mode of the melodic minor scale, the 7th mode. But really, we just want to look at the kind of home mode, melodic minor itself. In this case, let's look at F melodic minor, seeing as we're building it from the 4 chord, and look at the intervals. We've essentially got like the root, we have the major 2nd, minor 3rd, perfect 4th, perfect 5th, major 6th, major 7, and back to the root. So when it comes to creating a chord for this is going to sound different. It's not major 7, minor 7, dominant 7. It has a minor 3rd, but it has a major 7. So as a shell, that is all you are looking for. You can play the fifth in there if you want, but I think just the shell voicing is more than enough to understand this concept. Remember, minor third and major 7. We get this kind of sound. Now what's cool is we should look at the extensions that you can add on the top here. So with a minor major 7 chord, you can add the 9th. That is kind of like the James Bond chord. You know, this sound, or you hear. You can not really add the 11th. It sounds a little bit clashy because there's like a tritone interval in between the intervals. You know, this is a little bit weird. Maybe you can find some use for it yourself. But the one which you can definitely add is like the 13 or the major 6th. That sounds lush. There I'm adding the 13 and the 6. It gives us loads of movement. It's a very cool chord to finish a song on as well. You know, even if it's a straight minor thing. So you go, and instead of going here, just straight minor 7, you can go. Just sounds that extra bit jazzy. Now this chord can be completely substituted in for a minor 7 chord, a typical minor 7, as long as the melody kind of permits and there's no clash there. But really, in most kind of, you know, pop songs you hear this, it's acting as a substitute for chord 4. So that chord 4 converts from like major 7 into this minor major 7, and you get this movement. So say C major, go into 4. Here's the minor major 7. You can just straight swap it. You don't have to play the major 7 first. You could go 1 major and then 4 minor major 7. See how nicely that kind of connects. It's just a completely different color. So always remember, you can put this on chord 4, try it out. It might not work if it clashes with the melody, but it's always worth giving it a go, just to kind of throw a curveball at the listener. Now, like I say, that can also be substituted for minor 7 chords. It won't always work because, you know, you need to think of the melody and making sure that none of the notes clash. But say if you've got a progression, you could try and swap that to. Or even, that's just a 2-5-1 I'm playing. Be literally a substitute. Even in this 6-4-1-5, you can try and do it on the 6 chord. You can try here on this too. Might not always work. You have to use your ears and your intuition of how that's interplaying with the melody, but it's definitely worth giving it a go. How would this apply to the chord structure we've been doing with the melody then? Well, we know that there is a 4 chord in there. It's the 2nd chord. What we could do is just completely ignore chord 2. We could literally go chord 4. Into the rest of the progression if we wanted to. Another common thing to do though is to replace 5 with this 4 minor major 7. So I could go 6, 4, 2, 4 minor major 7. See how that works. So this 4 chord can go either to chord 1, or it can go to chord 6. Remember, they are both part of the tonic family, so it works great. They can can basically be substituted into each other. So just bear that in mind. You can create this minor major 7 chord from the 4th degree, or chord 4, and use it as just a kind of tension builder in a different way. It's functioning almost like a 5-to-1 chord. Let's hear that with an example using the melody in our reharms. That minor major 7 chord sounds absolutely glorious. I absolutely love using that in my chord structures. But now I want to move on to a really important topic. This is secondary dominant. Now remember earlier on at the beginning of this intermediate section, I spoke about the importance of the 5-to-1 movement. Secondary dominant is all about this 5-to-1 movement. Where do we even begin with it though? I think the safest place to start is going to be going back to that harmonized C major scale. We'll do it at 7th chords for now. So you should know this: chord 1 major 7, chord 2 minor 7, chord 3 minor 7, chord 4 major 7, chord 5 dominant 7, chord 6 minor 7, chord 7 minor 7 flat 5 or half diminished, and then we're back to chord 1 major 7. Now, we can actually add in extra chords to all of these degrees. Maybe not all of them. We'll see there's one which is a bit funny in its own right. But this is what I like to call like the bus journey, really. So in my head, when I think of moving between chords, I can always think of going direct from A to B, or I can think of stops off in between, like a little detour. So if I'm moving, say, between C major and D minor, that feels totally fine and it can work, you know, if that's the way you want to do it, especially if your voice lead nicely, like something like this. You know, that can work, but we can create more tension and more of a pull towards this D minor 7 if we use what is called a secondary dominant. Now, the secondary dominant is essentially just the 5 of whatever chord we want to travel to. So if I want to work out the secondary dominant chord of D, I need to actually forget about C major at the moment. I need to think, what is the 5 of this D? I could use the major scale if I wanted to work that out, you know, or I could stick to D Dorian if this is the second degree of this C major. The 5 is going to be the same. Find this note, which is A. And that tells me I can build a dominant 7th chord on A there. So what I can get is this kind of movement. If I just play the shell for now, you can hear that movement, even a straight A major. It creates this tension just before the chord, and it tells our ears where we're actually traveling to. When I hear that 5 chord, I am 9 times out of 10 thinking that it's going to go to the 1 of some kind, whether that's major or minor, or any of the 7ths, etc. But let's just add that in then. So now my new chord progression, instead of just going C major to D minor 7, can go like this: C major, A7, and then D minor 7. How cool is that? We've got movement there. Now you can, of course, add in some extensions to that. You could get something like this where I'll go C major 9. Then I could go A7 or A9. That would work totally fine too. But this is the cool thing. I'm just literally thinking of what is the 5 of the chord that I want to go to, and I build a dominant 7. It's as easy as that. Let's continue through the scale. So what if we wanted to go to E minor? That feels like quite a jump. Well, I take that same principle and basically think, what is the 5 of E? That's B. And so I create a B dominant 7 chord. So now I could go, instead of just C major 7 to E minor 7, I can go C major 7, B7, E minor 7. Should remind you of a certain pop tune already. Maybe another example of that, I could go... Sounds absolutely glorious. There is movement there that wouldn't be there unless we incorporate this secondary dominant. Let's look at F. So C major to F, or C major 7 to F. What is the 5 of F? That is actually C. So we build a dominant 7 chord on C, which might sound weird, but remember, we are not thinking in terms of like the diatonic key anymore. We are thinking that we are almost like changing key. If you like, it's just thinking of the 5 of wherever we need to go to. So in this case, F, the 5 of F is C7. So I could get a progression that goes like C major 7, C dominant 7, F major 7. I'm sure you've heard that a million times. Let's think of another version. Another one. Sounds so cool. Let's look then at the next degree. So that would be G7. So we work out what's the 5 of G. It's D7. Now this is weird because we're usually, if we look at say like a 2-5-1 progression, usually you get this. But actually we can play the dominant of the dominant, so we can get D7 on there. It's just a different way of voicing that, and it works really well. So instead of just going C major 7 to G7, I could go C major 7, D7, G7. And that leads me perfectly back to C major 7. Because G is the 5 of C. It's just super cool. You can create like what's called dominant chains. We'll look at that a little bit later on. But I just love this idea that what typically would be like minor 7, dominant 7, major 7, can become dominant 7, dominant 7, major 7. It's just a really cool way of reharmonizing things. So the next one would be A minor 7. So what is the 5 of A? It's E. And so we create an E dominant 7 chord here. Moving to A minor 7. And this is where things are interesting, because usually that E minor, that E note on the 3rd degree, you would create like an E minor 7, but this is a commonly used device, especially in like pop songs and stuff. When you want to move to that 6th chord, 3 becomes dominant, you know? So you can get something like this. If I wanted to move between C major 7 and A minor 7, I can create more tension by playing that secondary dominant of A. Sounds super, super cool. You know, imagine the progression goes like C major, A minor, F. Check out this. I could play the secondary dominant moving towards them. So I could go C, secondary dominant of A, E7, A minor 7, secondary dominant of F is C7. It just sounds so cool. There is so much movement. because that 5 chord is creating tension and pulling us into the next chord. Bear in mind, we are basically staying in the same key. It's just these secondary dominants that are outside of the key at the moment. You can do crazy stuff later on. But that kind of sums it up. There is the 7th chord, of course, the B minor 7 flat 5. We don't tend to create a secondary dominant for a half diminished or a diminished chord, mainly because they aren't considered like stable. You could, though, explore this idea. I mean, what is the flat 5 of B minor 7 flat 5? You'll find that is the note F. So you could try and go, okay, let me build an F7. You know, moving to that B minor 7 flat 5, of course, explore that in your own compositions. But I would argue that a lot of composers say that this is not necessarily a wise move to do. It's already a kind of movement called the minor 7 flat 5 anyway. Yeah, just bear that in mind. Experiment with it and see what you can do. But I think it's a good idea then to take a look at the whole scale. What I'm going to do is play the chord scale with all the harmonized chords, but I am going to play secondary dominants before each one and listen to how much movement we can get. So... like we've doubled the amount of chords available to us within the key. Now, of course, this is where things get interesting because it's up to you. You have the power now to create extra movement between each one of these. Doing it all the time could be considered too much. You have to use your ear and decide, is this musical choice wise or not? But it can lead to all kinds of interesting chord progressions, and it's simply just playing the 5 of wherever we want to get to. Remember I mentioned at the beginning about like that bus journey? I always think, okay, A to B, I stop off on the way and get to B there. So if we were to look at, say, the chord progression that we've been using to harmonize the melody, you could think, okay, what does it do? It goes chord 6 to 4. Can I play the secondary dominant moving to 4? And in that case, that would be C7, moving to the F major 7. So I could get... The next chord is going to be chord 2. So can I play the secondary dominant of 2? Yes, in that case, it would be A7, moving to D minor 7. So I could get... like this. It's super cool. Can I play the secondary dominant moving to the 5 chord? Yes, I can. I'd actually play D7 instead of D minor 7, so I could get this now. Can I play the secondary dominant moving back to the chord 6? Yes, I can play E7. Just enables for a different kind of movement, and we've always got this kind of 5 to 1 resolution. So that whole thing with secondary dominants. It's just super, super cool. Now, surely you can hear that that's a lot. And of course, we have to think about rhythm when we're doing this too, because we somehow need to fit these chords in. And that's where it's up to you. You know, do you think that it's too much? Essentially, what was like 1 chord per measure now means that we have to fit in 2 in there. And that's obviously much more rhythmically complex. It depends where you want to put them. You could go 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 2. Like this kind of sounds a bit boring, but if you go 1, 2. That's where we start getting interested. I'm just playing around with where those chords fall at the moment. And what I would say is experiment with all of the extensions of, say, just from the Mixolydian scale for now, none of the Ulster extensions, where you can just take things like, that's C7, for example. We could play C9, we could play C11, we could play C13, move into that F major 7 or F major 9, whatever F major version you want to play. You know, you get same move into the D7. Same move into the G7. Same move into that A minor 7. Experiment with that. But what I want to do for you now is give you an example of what these secondary dominants can sound like. This might be a little bit over the top, but it's with the harmonized melody just in context. Let's check it out. How crazy is that? This is where we're starting to sound a little bit more like, you know, a Dirty Loops type reharm. We've got lots of harmonic information going on now. One thing which we've been missing so far is incorporating these kind of altered extensions into this to create even more tension. One thing I want to do before we look at the secondary dominants with altered extensions is to just take like a 2-5-1 progression. Super common in jazz. We'll do a major 2-5-1, D minor 7, G7 to C. Now, of course, you can keep all of these extensions nice and simple there. What I did was I took like D minor 9, and my top note is this E. Then I played G13, and then I played C major 7. Keeping that top note exactly the same. This kind of leads into the voice leading stuff. What I can do to create massive tension is to take, say, like that D minor 9, and then literally flatten that E note there, and I get G7 sharp 5. And I could move back up for C major 7, or I could move down to get C major 9. So I've got works really, really well. It's like there's a little melody going on all by itself up there. What about if I played like D minor 11, then like G7 flat 9, and then what about like C13? Now I've got like this movement. It's chromatically rising upwards. Our ear loves this. It's just everything sounds super smooth. Leads into the voice leading concept we spoke about in the fundamentals part of the course. But what I will say is that like lots of people often think that these altered extensions can only move towards, say, like a minor tonality, and that they're best suited for that. And while I would say that works completely fine, excuse me, I nearly sneezed, I would argue that you can use them moving to major 7 chords and it sounds fine. You just heard that example there. What I would do is practice going through that kind of harmonized scale and seeing what altered extensions you can play before each chord. So, you know, playing the secondary dominants here, moving C major 7 to D minor 7, I'll put an A7 in between. Careful, I played E minor 9, which isn't part of the key, but you get the idea. I played a B7 before that one. I could play a C flat 9 before F. I could play D7 sharp 9, flat 9, moving to G. E, Hendrix chord. And then remember, when we move to the 7 chord, we don't tend to play a secondary dominant, but you could experiment. Like notice that kind of work there. I actually like that movement. So to play it all together. Here now we've got so much tension in between every chord here. Let's hear an example of how that would sound with the melody that we've been using. We're going to try and include as many altered extensions as we can over this. Now that is tons of tension. And whilst that may be too much for a lot of people, even myself included there, I feel like there's way too much going on. That is kind of how you can start to get into this. It's by taking a look at these secondary dominants, exploring more extensions or altered extensions you can use as pathways to get to different chords. And of course, this adds a rhythmic element to it too. You know, if there are certain notes in the melody that you want to highlight, experiment with whether that secondary dominant works. The one thing you have to be careful of is making sure that the extensions don't clash with the melody note. That is the only thing to be aware of with secondary dominants. Of course, the bass kind of dominant chord itself will always work, but those extensions, you need to really make sure you are not clashing with anything. Now, to kind of summarize secondary dominants, I want to talk about something that's maybe more important for you guys who want to write your own kind of chord structures. Secondary dominants can be used to completely change key. It acts as a smooth transition to any other chord. What do I mean by that? Well, essentially what I can do is say, take two chords that are completely unrelated. Let's take, say, C major 7 and E major 7. That's super cool. I mean, it's moving by a major third, but we would say that they are not related. This is not like functional harmony, and that can sound quite abrupt. I like it like that, and I'm sure lots of you do too. But if we want to smoothen the transition and to kind of guide the listener somewhere, we can play that secondary dominant in between those chords. So all we have to do, like I say, is think, what is the 5 of E? That is B. So I can play a B7 chord and it's going to smoothly transition to that E. So instead of just jumping, I can go. All I did was play a B7 there, and it's up to you to experiment with what you want in between. You know, I could go to, let's say, another weird one. Let's go C major 7 to C sharp major 7. So instead of... which can sound fine. We could think, what's the secondary dominant of C sharp? That is our G sharp 7. So I could go... kind of like the ear goes, okay, that's not so bad anymore. You could do tons of different key changes. I'm just going to play randomly here to things that are not related. Got back home in the end. Hopefully you could hear that there. Just whatever chord I wanted to move to, I was putting a secondary dominant in between, and it helped to smoothen that transition. So this is something that I would definitely suggest anyone that wants to get into writing kind of crazier fusion music where you're exploring, you know, tonalities that are not related to each other or chords that seem like they're just completely alien to each other. There's no relationship between the two, like in a functional harmony sense. Then explore secondary dominants to try and make those transitions smoother. You don't have to use them. It's just another tool to add to our toolkit, really, that can just open up some doors that maybe weren't there beforehand. Anyway, that kind of concludes all of the secondary dominant stuff. We're going to be taking a look at a very interesting topic in this next video. Okay, so let's look at a topic that many people find super intimidating just based off of the name for it. This is tritone substitution. Well, that sounds crazy, but it's just another way of including dominant chords in a very particular movement towards another chord. So in order to understand kind of the crazy theory and harmony behind this, it's not so crazy. I'm going to show you an easy way that you can incorporate it. We first need to look at our dominant chord, and in particular, this dominant 7 sharp 11. Remember when we looked at kind of altered extensions and I said the dominant 7 sharp 11 has a very particular function? This is all to do with tritone substitution. Let's get the kind of theory side of it out of the way first. So all I want to do is take a look at the G7 chord that we've got here. I'm just going to take a shell voicing so that you can see. But essentially, what I would get is like the root, the third, and the flat 7. That's what creates this dominant sound. Now, I am looking for the note there is a tritone away from this root, which in this case would actually be C sharp. You can hear it here. If I put a C sharp at the top, then I get like a dominant 7 sharp 11 voicing. But this chord can kind of be flipped around to create like a mirror image of itself. If I look at a C sharp dominant 7, look how with this shell voicing here, I've got the flat 7 and I have the 3 of C sharp. If I just go to that tritone, which is G, see how that 3rd and 7th stay the same, those two guide tones. Remember I spoke about how they are the most important notes for understanding what kind of chord type we are facing regardless of extensions. These basically swap. So when I'm playing a G7, this note here, that B, is my major 3rd, and this note, the F, is my dominant, is my flat 7 rather. When I play a C sharp 7, this B becomes the flat 7 and this F becomes the major 3rd. If I include a G note in that C sharp 7, that is a C sharp 7 sharp 11. If I include the C sharp in the G7, that is a G7 sharp 11. These chords are literally like mirror images of themselves. It's like they've swapped. So what we can actually do is completely swap this out. Let's take this one up here and let's swap it completely for a C sharp 7 sharp 11. Now that moves perfectly to our 1 chord. One way to understand this might be to take a 2-5-1 progression. But on that 5, what I'm going to do instead of playing G7 is I am going to play C sharp 7 sharp 11. So I get to the tritone sub of 5 and then 1. And what this does is create a really cool chromatic movement towards that 1. You can see when I'm going through the 2, chromatically down, and then I get to 1. Now the thing is to bear in mind is that it always creates this chromatic movement a half step above wherever we want to go to, moving downwards. That's the key thing to take away from this. And you don't necessarily have to play, say, the dominant 7 sharp 11 voicing. You could play just a straight major chord. Moving here, and we've got this kind of thing. I could play straight minor. And that sounds super cool as well. It's just understanding where this has actually come from. But my little hack for this is to always think that we build a dominant 7 sharp 11 a half step above whatever chord we want to go to. So what I think we should do is take that whole C major scale, you know, harmonized with 7th chords, and see if we can find the tritone subs here. So this is where we have to think a little bit more. Remember I said about this whole bus journey? This is like we are taking a different stop on the way to the end of our route. So if I'm moving between, say, C major or C major 7 and D minor 7, the long way around would be to think, what is the secondary dominant of D? That is A7. What is the tritone substitution of A7? That is going to be E flat 7. And then the sharp 11 on the top, that is that A note if you want to focus on that. Move into D minor 7. So I could get... Now we've got a really smooth movement, and look at what the bass line is doing. It's this really nice chromatic approach from above, really. So I could go... Move into E minor 7. What would be the tritone sub? So we could look and we could think, okay, it would be B7. But then I can go to the tritone of that, which is F7, and play F7 sharp 11. And I get this movement. So I could go so far. Reason why this is working is because that is just a sub for these secondary dominants. They are functioning in exactly the same way. And the way in which those thirds and sevenths are working, I mean, they're the same thing. They're functioning exactly the same. They're just flipped or inverted kind of thing. If we carry on, what's the secondary dominant then going to F? So we can think, what's the 5 of F? It's C7. So I'd tritone sub that. I get F sharp or G flat 7 sharp 11. Tritone sub of G. Well, let's think, okay, what's the secondary dominant of that G7? It's a D7. What's this tritone sub of that? We've got A flat 7 sharp 11. What's the tritone sub then of A? So we have to think, what's the 5 of A? That is E7. What's the tritone sub of that? It's B flat 7. Move into A minor 7. Now with the 7th chord, remember we don't tend to play a secondary dominant, although I said you could experiment with that. I mean, this is where we're getting into the whole breaking the rules thing. The secondary dominant of that kind of B7, minor 7 flat 5, I should say, would be an F7. But it doesn't really work as well as you'd like, and because this half diminished chord is not really like major or minor, it doesn't have like a solid kind of, you know, home feeling. But what would be the tritone sub of that? Then we could think, okay, we need to go, the tritone sub of this would be a B anyway, which is kind of weird. What you could think instead, though, is I could go, okay, I'll just go a half step above this chord and play a C7 sharp 11. That's how I prefer to do it. This is technically breaking that rule, because like I say, in a B minor 7 flat 5, this is our, F is our tritone. Doesn't really work when we go, okay, B, because that is that chord anyway. You know, so what I would do is just think, okay, I want to approach it chromatically like a tritone sub would. And that's that's how I do it. And this brings me on to the fact that a little hack way of viewing tritone subs is just to always think, rather than going to the 5 and then working it out, you know, what's the tritone sub of the 5, the secondary dominant, I like to just think, okay, I go a half step above whatever chord I want to move to and build this dominant 7 sharp 11. That's as easy as that on guitar. That is super cool because you can just go up 1 fret above where you want to travel to. So the whole scale with these kind of tritone subs then would be like this. So super smooth transitions between all of these chords. I just think it sounds really cool. And look at what the kind of root movements is doing. It's going. And then. Which is so weird, you know, it opens up a whole different kind of harmony world, if you like. So we need to look at how we could incorporate this into kind of that progression. Remember, like I say, we've been using this like 6, 4, 2, 5, and then going back to 6, or any of the subs for 6 from that tonic family. I could do this. I could go, okay, between 6 and 4, I could play the tritone sub of that F major 7, which would be G flat 7 sharp 11. Moving to the 2 chord, I could play the tritone sub of that, which would be the E flat 7 sharp 11. Moving to the G, I could play the tritone sub of the secondary dominant, which again would be this G flat 7 sharp 11. Moving back to 6, I could play the tritone sub, which would be the B flat 7 sharp 11. So it could sound like this. Super nice. That bass line then is like. You're almost hearing kind of like this bluesy influence of. Like this kind of thing. More correct would be. Really, really cool. It just creates like that little bit of tension just before and brings you back into the home chord. What I want to do is give you an example with this harmonized melody of how we could use these kind of tritone subs in this track here. Let's give this a listen. I think this tritone substitution thing sounds incredible. We're starting to get really jazz, if you like. But you might be wondering, what kind of extensions can I add onto this chord, or how else can I use it, you know, rather than just this dominant 7 sharp 11 voicing? Well, in order to understand which extensions we can use, we need to look at which scale this chord comes from. And that is the Lydian dominant scale, which is another mode of melodic minor like altered we spoke about before. Really, we need to understand the interval construction of this. So the way I like to think of it is like a Mixolydian scale. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1, except we're going to raise that 4 or the 11th. So we have a sharp 11. So the interval structure of Lydian dominant is 1, 2, 3, sharp 4 or sharp 11, 5, 6, flat 7 or minor 7 to the 1. And if we do it in G, it would look like this. can just recognize it from this kind of theme tune. It's just a gorgeous sound. Sounds very mysterious, especially if you resolve that. I mean, if we're thinking this is like G7 to F major 7, check out this. Moving to, say, here. You know, you've got really, really pretty. Now, in terms of the extensions then, we should look at what kind of sounds we have there. We have in the scale like a natural 9, so you could add in, say, you know, an easier way to play that would just be this. What else do we have? We already know it's a sharp 11. What's the other one? We've got a 6 that we can add in there. So really what we could look for is this one, the 13. That would work. Now bear in mind, you could get rid of that sharp 11 and just play like the 13. You don't have to include it. Likewise, with the 9th, you know, you could just play a normal 9, G7 or G9. It's going to work really well. The other thing to note is that you don't have to use any extensions at all. I think I touched upon this in the last lesson, but essentially you could just play like a G major. Move into that F sharp major 7. Doesn't have to have extensions there. So if you're taking, say, like that C major scale again, let's just explore some of the sounds we can use. So we could take like, and then that weird 7, you know. There I was just experimenting with that 9th, and of course this sharp 11. We don't tend to use kind of altered extensions, but don't let that be a rule. Explore it when you're composing yourself. It's very often a case of looking what leads nicely in terms of the voice leading to the next chord. So sometimes that could be that you want to add in, say, a sharp 5 to that. Totally can work. You could think I want to add in a flat 9. That works as well. So there are no real kind of rules. It's up to you to explore what works well with the voice leading. Now, the last thing I want to talk about with this is, of course, this idea that we can use it to connect to any kind of chords anywhere we want that are outside of the key too. Much like I spoke about with secondary dominance, you know, you can literally move, say, between C major 7 and E major 7. That was the example we used last time. Completely unrelated. All I do is I think, okay, what is the tritone sub of the secondary dominant? Move into E. So B7, tritone sub is F7, and I could get this. Sounds really, really pretty. And like I've just mentioned about the extensions, you don't necessarily have to play the dominant 7 sharp 11. I could just play F major, move into E major 7. It's like my ear is pulled towards that other chord. It totally accepts it because there's a bridge or there's like a bus journey moving towards it. We just kind of go, okay, this is smooth now. I know where my ears want to go. You know, if I just like kind of improvise with a few examples of non-related chords using this idea, let's check it out. totally fine. Hopefully your ears can hear that. The last thing I want to do is talk about, you can of course add in a secondary dominant and a tritone substitution. You don't have to completely swap those out. And this could create even more chords. It's like we're doubling them all again in our transitions. What do I mean by this? So say, let's go back to that harmonized scale again, C major 7 here. We're moving to D minor 7. What I can do is play the secondary dominant, which would be that A7, any variation of that. Then play the tritone sub. That's E flat 7 sharp 11, moving to D. So now, even I started with 2 chords, now I have 4 chords. Check out this. How cool is that? We've just literally taken this idea of secondary dominance and then tritone substitution to get there. I can do this with the whole scale, and we've got so many chords now. Check this out. So. You really have to think, but it totally works. I mean, this is crazy, especially if we start to apply it to the chord progression that we've used to harmonize the melody. We can get really crazy. Think between the movements of every chord, there is 2 chords we can put before that if we choose. And this again relates back to that whole thing I said about you have the power now. It's about using it responsibly and making musical choices with it. And also choices that are rhythmically cool. You don't want to get in the way of the melody. The melody is always the most important thing. But if this is a way of helping you write cool chord structures, then I say go for it. Just explore, see what you can come up with. Doesn't have to be diatonic like this either. In those examples I used before, we can use this as a vehicle to get to like non-diatonic harmony or non-functional harmony as a way to connect all of the chords. What I want to do now is show you an example where I'm going to use the tritone subs and the secondary dominants in this chord structure with the melody there, and hopefully you can hear how crazy this is starting to sound. Hopefully you can hear that this is getting kind of crazy, and it's still using the rules really, which is something that we aim to break later on in the advanced section. But it brings me on to another way in which you can think of these reharms. And this is all about diminished chords, in particular what I call passing diminished chords. Now this is just another way of approaching a new chord. Again, it's all like part of this journey, and it acts as a substitute for the 5 again, much in the same way that the tritone substitution did. To understand where we can find these passing diminished chords, then we need to look to our dominant chord. So let's take a look at, say, like an E7 chord here, a dominant 7. You know, any voicing. I'm going to take this one because I want to look at the notes inside. So we have in a dominant chord, obviously the 1, 3, 5, flat 7, and then it repeats. Now what's really interesting is when we get a dominant 7 flat 9, this chord, it's like we've added in an F note, haven't we? What I would say is almost like ignore this root of E, and we build that same dominant 7th arpeggio. We want to replace that root with the F, so the flat 9, and look at what we get. It sounds like this chord. It's functioning in the exact same way. So this dominant 7 chord, technically, if you go 1/2 step up from the root, we can build a diminished chord. See how they function the same? If I was to do that thing, E, if we're thinking of it as a 5 chord, is the 5 of A minor or A major, whatever you want to do with A, but that is the 5. If I play first the E7 flat 9, you hear that's the secondary dominant. If I play the F diminished, functions in exactly the same way. What's cool about diminished chords is that when they invert, all you have to do is take the whole thing up a minor third or down a minor third, and it's the exact same notes. It's literally creating an inverted diminished chord. What this tells me is that I could build a diminished chord and think of any of those notes as the root from within inside. This is super cool. So I could play, you know, there's a B note, so I could play B diminished. And it leads perfectly to A minor. What other notes have we got in there? We've got a D, so I could play D diminished. Resolves perfectly. The other note I've got in there is an A flat. And that works perfectly too. So it's given me all of these options of where I can build this diminished chord. And the diminished is essentially acting as a substitute for a dominant 7 flat 9. So imagine that secondary dominant, we're subbing it out and we're building a diminished chord from any of those 4 degrees I mentioned. Another way you could think of it is like, you could think which notes of that 5 chord create the root, or, you know, where can I build the diminished from there? So you just think, okay, it's the one from a 1/2 step above, it's the one from the major third, it's the one from the 5th, and it's the one from the flat 7 of the dominant sound. So it's the flat 9, the major third, 5th, flat 7. They're all of the root notes that we could use to build this diminished chord. And like I say, they just invert perfectly. Another way to think of it is if you want to think in terms of what is this in the relation to the chord we're going to, this A minor, then you can build it from the major 7 interval. You can build it from the major 2nd or 9th interval. You can build it from the 4th interval or the 11th. And you can build it from that flat 6th interval. And it works. I'm sure many of you have heard, like, guitarists, especially in like neo soul and stuff like that, even jazz stuff. Get this movement. You know, this is what's going on. Works really well as a bridge between chords. So what I like to do really, and little hack for this in terms of the thinking, is that you can always go from a 1/2 step below whatever chord it is that you are approaching and build a diminished 7 chord, and it's gonna work. So if we go all the way back to this kind of C major 7 scale, again, harmonized with 7th chords, we can build the passing diminished in between all of these. I've just thrown my pick. I do that all the time, you know, it's so funny. But anyway, let's work it out. So you could go the long way and think, okay, what's the secondary dominant of D minor 7? It's A7. Where's that, you know, flat 9? It's going to be B flats diminished. And you could work out all the inversions to get there, you know. But all I like to think of is I go from 1 fret below or 1/2 step below and build a diminished chord to wherever I'm going to. Fill in the gap again to E. Moving to F, I'd have to create an E diminished. Moving to G. to A. Move into the B. And then notice how we can get actually a B diminished 7 on that 7. It creates craziness. So all together. It's just super, super cool. I mean, let's check this out with an example using the melody, using this chord progression we've been using, and really hear the power of these passing diminished chords. So yo, this is where we're starting to get a little bit crazy in terms of the options then. When it comes to making connections between these chords, I absolutely love this concept of the passing diminished. What is really cool about it is we're getting this kind of half step up to the next chord root movement. But like I said with diminished chords, they can all invert, and we get 4 different versions. So technically we can get 4 different root notes that can connect to the next chord. If I just take 2 chords, for example, C major 7 and A minor 7, remember they are related, they're both part of that tonic family, but it's called 1 to 6 in the key of C major. Then when I'm trying to move between C and A, I can put a passing diminished in between. The obvious one would be to take that A flat or G sharp diminished there, which sounds very cool. But I have 3 other options. I could play C, then B diminished. I could play C and then D diminished. I could play C and then F diminished. Go into A minor. That means that as the bass player, you could technically pick any of those 4 notes and it's going to work as a connection towards the next chord. Think, how many options have we got now? This is getting crazy. And this is all kind of still at this intermediate kind of level. Now, if we were to use all the concepts we've looked at so far, like secondary dominance, tritone substitution, and these diminished chords, you have an insane amount of options to make connections. I mean, just moving to that D minor 7, let's use them all. So we could use C major 7. We think of the secondary dominant as A7. It could be any form of that, normal extensions or altered extensions. We could go to the tritone sub of that, which is the E flat 7 sharp 11. We could play any of the diminished from, say, the C sharp, invert. To D minor. It's a lot of choice now, and it's all about making the best musical decision. So, I mean, you could use all of them. There, I didn't use all of the diminished, I used 2, but that seemed like enough for me. You carry on through the scale, you're going to get crazy amounts of options. Think there is like the secondary dominant, there is the tritone sub, and then there are 4 different inversions of diminished chords you can use to create interesting movement. It's maybe worth pointing out at this moment in time, and I'm sure I'll reiterate it in the advanced section, but our ears tend to like certain kind of root movements, really. The obvious ones are, you know, tonic to subdominant to dominant, like those ones. They are really easy to get to. You know, we love this kind of 4 to 1. Say if G is our 1 here, and we love the 5 to 1. You know, there's all of that, but also when you include just the root, our ear loves like going literally, instead of just 5-1, it loves like the half step movement. And when we get some diminished chords in there, it loves a whole step movement too. And this goes for any kind of movements, even if it's like non-functional harmony, you know, moving. Our ear loves this kind of close together movement of a bass line. You can go completely chromatic. It doesn't sound so offensive. So just bear that in mind. That's why a lot of this kind of works. It's not just the harmony on top and all those beautiful extensions and subs. It's also to do with how the lowest note is moving as well. You could consider that a part of voice leading. But anyway, before we move on to like the last section of this and one of my favorite chords to use as a sub, I just want to give you an example where we're using all of these different elements. So tritone subs, passed and diminished, and secondary dominant together so that you can hear what it can sound like with that melody harmonized. And this can get crazy. Like I say, you have all the power now. It's about choosing musically responsible choices, I would say. Let's check out what this sounds like. Okay, so the last kind of substitution I want to talk about that's still like theoretically correct and, you know, is part of the rules is maybe my favorite voicing and my favorite tool to use when it comes to connections. I just love the sound of this. And it's kind of a weird chord. All over the internet, people get this wrong all the time. It drives me absolutely insane when I see YouTube videos labeling this chord as a minor 7 sharp or flat 6 or sharp 5. It just drives me nuts. There is nothing minor about this chord. All it is a G major chord in first inversion. You hear that root? All I've done is essentially inverted G major into its first form. You could think of it as a G triad over B. Another way to look at it. It's just an inversion. It is not minor and it does not function like a minor chord at all. But the reason why this one works is we need to think of our dominant 7 chord, right? So if G is the dominant 7th chord, in its main form, really, it's just like a major triad, isn't it? This means I can use that as an inversion. Don't have to include the flat 7. It will still function like a dominant chord. What's cool is we say dominant chords usually resolve to 1. So if I want to move between this chord and C, look how this only had to move up 1 half step. Just beautiful. It works so well. I mean, if I was to look at the C major scale harmonized and use this theory, all you have to do is think of your secondary dominant in its triad form and play first inversion, and you will get this sound. So if we're moving between C and D, or C major 7 and D minor 7, basically I think what's the secondary dominant of D? That is A7. And I just play an A triad in that first inversion. So now I get I absolutely love that. I think it sounds glorious. If I carry on moving to E, what's the secondary dominant? It's B7, so play a B triad in first inversion as the lowest note. So far we've got moving to F, our secondary dominant is C, so we play this. Moving to G, our secondary dominant is D, so we play this. Moving to A, our secondary dominant is going to be E, so we play this. Now moving to B, this is the weird one. Remember, this is chord 7, but you can still do it. You'd have to think of F, sorry. And then moving back to C, we think of the 5C, it's G. So you get this, which would be... Gets really tight up there. But check how we've got completely chromatic root movement. All the way up, basically. It's almost completely chromatic. I love that. It's just a glorious way of voicing things, and it doesn't sound as kind of tension building. It sounds a little bit softer, and that's how I like to use this sound, really. So all I do is I think of the secondary dominant, put it in first inversion as just a basic triad form, and there we have it. That's kind of the solution. So you could use this as a way of moving a half step below any chord you want to get to. That is the way which I like to think of it. You just go, okay, I'm a half step below, I create this chord, I move into the one which I want to move to. Like I say, this is all about that kind of bus journey. And if you think now, we've got all kinds of stops that we can make. We can make the whole secondary dominant stop. We can make the tritone sub stop. We can make the diminished stop, and there's 4 different versions of that. We can make this one as well, which is just a secondary dominant in first inversion. That's insane amounts of chords if you really want to just connect 2 of them. We're just filling in the gaps. And like I say, it's all about musical choices. It's all about the rhythmic aspect of where you place those chords. It's also about understanding what is too much and what is too little. That's obviously subjective. It's up to you. You have the power. You need to take responsibility and make that correct musical choice. But what I want to do now is just demonstrate how we can use that kind of idea. So this is the secondary dominant in first inversion as a passing chord or a connector chord to get in between these chordal movements with the melody playing. Let's check it out. Isn't this just insane now? Like, the amount of options we've got here is gorgeous. I love the simplicity of that chord. Now, another thing you can do is also, if you want to, you could sub out the major third of the triad for like the 9th. And that sounds glorious too. That's something I often do. You can go wherever you want with this. It just acts as an amazing connector chord. Now we have so many options, but bear in mind we've been doing this all as kind of like solo guitar, and this is kind of where it flourishes. I would say it ties into the final video of this section, but really I've been trying to demonstrate as much as possible these voicings where you hear that lowest note or the root note. Bear in mind that if you're playing with a bass player or a keyboard player, very often you don't have to do that, and very often you shouldn't either. A keyboard player friend of mine, the gospel guy I used to play with, I remember after, one of the gigs, I always used to try and copy the big lush voicings that they would play. All this kind of stuff. And he took me to one side in a break in between sets at one gig. And he was like, Jack, look, come, listen to me. He said, you need to think of the band as kind of different layers of a cake. He said, you have the bass and drums, that's your strong, solid foundation. He said, then you have the harmony, which is all the lush stuff that's going on with the keyboards, adding in all that colour. He said, then the top of the cake is the singer. It's the singer or like the sax player, the solo instrument, whatever. He was saying that's like your big focal point. He was like, guitar, you're just the sprinkles on top. And although that made me feel like really stupid, it's kind of true. Guitar in this world, it doesn't have as big as a pull as the keyboards. They just have much more options when it comes to creating nice voicings and really fleshing out harmony. We are limited by voicings in terms of what fingerings we can use, the tuning that we're in, etc. More often than not, we are just going to play triads, and that is something that I'm going to talk about a little bit later on. But just bear that in mind. This is all working really nicely when it's just me and that melody there in a kind of solo guitar setting. But as we flesh things out with a bass player and a keyboard player and other instruments, guitar really takes a little bit of a back seat. It makes you wonder why in bands like Dirty Loops, there's not so much room for a guitar player in a lot of instances to play a big chord. It will just be like single note stuff. It's probably why they don't have a guitarist at the minute, I should say. You never know, that might change in the future, but just bear that in mind. So before we go into the last section of this intermediate part of the masterclass, I just want to give you an example of all of the things we've done so far. So secondary dominant, tritone subs of them, pass and diminished chords, and then this, my little favorite connector chord here. And let's see what kind of craziness we can come up with. Let's check it out. This is nuts, isn't it? There's so many options that we've got now. And bear in mind that all of this stuff that we've covered so far can be used in an improvisational context. What do I mean by that? It can all be used on the fly. Even if the other musicians don't necessarily cooperate with you, you can kind of imply these movements by yourself. And I always found it fun if, say, I was playing a solo guitar gig with a singer to try and throw in as many of these as possible. Maybe the audience wouldn't like it. The singer would encourage me to have fun, to keep the songs interesting. And this is something that I would do to practice. I would literally take the pop tune and just see, can I throw in some of these concepts to just create a bit of interest and movement between the chords. It's worth pointing out as well that all of these concepts translate into solo playing. So you can use in your lead lines things to outline these movements, even if those chords are not being played there. That's how a lot of like jazz guys get these weird outside sounds. Basically, they're using these chords as almost like ghost chords. They're not really there in terms of being played by the other instruments or the backing and whatever. But their lines imply that movement. That's what I'm always listening out for when I hear players do crazy outside things. I'm like, are they implying a tritone sub? Are they implying pass and diminished? Or are they just going completely off the edge, which is sometimes and very often the case. But anyway, I just kind of want to talk about one last topic to sum up this intermediate section of the course. And it's a question that I get asked a lot, which is about basically what am I thinking when I'm doing these kind of solo guitar improvised things, stuff like all of this kind of stuff. Really, there's a lot of things at play. I will start by saying a lot of it is language and phrases that I have just picked up and absorbed over the years. But I will say you can start to do it yourself too, especially if we stick diatonically to the chords which we've been using. So for example, with this track, we've had like the 6, 4, 2, 5 is kind of our bass. What I can do as a way of practicing this is to take, say, just the chord structure, forget about the melody for now, and just look at what extensions I played for the chords. Treat this as my melody. And see, can I keep that the same as I move chords? So I could get... change. So my focal point was always this B note. What am I doing in terms of scales that I'm using around it? There's multiple options, but I would say at first you could just keep to the whole C major idea if that is the easiest way for you to think about it. That is essentially going to work over every single chord, they're all part of the key. You could think pentatonics with added notes. This is all covered in my improvisation roadmap series. I could do that all over the top. Check out this. Somewhere else at the end. There's a lot more to it than just what I'm doing here, but essentially one way you could do this at like kind of scratch is to just think, can I fill in the blanks with pentatonic ideas? So just think A minor pentatonic or C major pentatonic. There's chord 4, chord 2, 5, back to 6, chord 4, 2, there's 5, to 6. And what's very cool is if you can treat like the last note that you land on as almost like the top note of the voice led chord, then that works great as well. See how this is working? I mean, maybe I should do a full course on that if that is something that you are interested in, but I just thought I'd throw a little bit of it in here so that you can kind of make sense of it. And it kind of ties into what we've been doing with the melody here anyway, just solo guitar and the melody itself. But I hope all of this has made sense to you so far. Let's brace ourselves. We're going to move into the advanced section where things start to get even more crazy. Okay, guys, catch you in the next one. So here we are at the advanced section of this reharm masterclass. And this is where things start to get a bit crazy. We start breaking all kinds of rules, lots of the things which we've learnt already get used and morphed into different things. And then eventually we take this whole rule book and see that there are no rules. You might be thinking, why have I learnt all of this stuff? It's kind of related though, so you will see some very, very interesting concepts that we can use to get into this kind of crazy dirty loops territory of reharmonization. The first topic I want to talk about in this section relates again to our secondary dominant, but this is something called secondary 2-5-1s. Now, 2-5-1 progression, we've talked about this a little bit in different parts of the intermediate section, but really a 2-5-1 progression, if we're in the key of C, all there is some variation of this called 2, minor 7, 5, dominant 7, 1, major 7. Now, there is such thing as a minor 2-5-1. In order to understand this, all we need to do is think of like the scale harmonized in the minor way. And some people find this very difficult to understand. There are two ways of harmonizing the scale. So far, everything we've done has been in relation to the major key, and that's mainly how I like to do it. But you can think of the minor scale as like 1. So by that, what I mean is, say we took A minor, then we get this idea of going like chord 1 is A minor 7, chord 2 would be B minor 7 flat 5, chord 3 would be C major 7, chord 4 would be D minor 7, chord 5 would be E minor 7, which is weird. Usually we make a dominant chord, don't we, on the 5 chord, and we'll see in a second what happens. Then chord 6 would be F major 7, chord 7 would be that G7, chord 1 would be A minor 7. Just worth bearing in mind that sometimes happens. In most cases, I will always think of the major scale and refer to numbers as like flattened chords or just variations of the major scale numbers. But you can do it from the minor scale too. Just remember that. And that's important when it comes to working out our minor 2-5-1. So if we think as A minor is our 1 now, our 2 chord would actually be this minor 7 flat 5. And our 5, you might think, Jack, but you've just harmonized that and you went to E minor 7. Very often what we do is we change that 5 into a dominant 7th chord, so it functions like a proper 5-to-1 movement. So you get any form of 5 there, altered, leading back to 1. So the thing to remember is that a minor 2-5-1, the 2 chord is minor 7 flat 5 in most cases. The 5 chord is then dominant 7, and the 1 chord is our minor 7 in most cases. So major 2-5-1, it's just minor 7, dominant 7, and then major 7. Minor 2-5-1 is minor 7 flat 5, dominant 7, and then 1 here. Now, where this is really important when it comes to the substitution game is this idea that we already had secondary dominant. What we can do is a thing called secondary 2-5-1s. Now you might think, oh, isn't this just like for jazz music and jazz standards and stuff like that? Believe me, no, you can utilize it in this kind of pop way that we're doing. These chords function just as another pathway if we want to get from A to B. Remember that bus I kept on talking about in the intermediate section? This is just another way to add stops in between our first point or chord to our final destination or a second chord. So it's a good idea to go back to this harmonized C major scale. What we want to do is work backwards on ourselves towards the chord that we're going to. So if we're going to D minor 7, we can work out the secondary dominant, which is that A7. We already covered this in the intermediate section. But we can play the 2 of this as well. So what is the 2 of D minor 7? Well, if it's a minor chord, so it's going to be a minor 7 flat 5. So we could play E minor 7 flat 5, then the 5, go into D minor 7. So now instead of our progression just going C major 7 to D minor 7, like this, we can do the secondary 2-5-1 of D minor 7. Even more movement there. Sounds really cool. We continue on. The next chord in the scale is going to be that E minor 7 chord 3. So we think, what do? We need to build a minor 2-5-1 because it's a minor 7 chord there. So the 2 of that E minor 7 is going to be F sharp minor 7 flat 5. The 5 is B7. Go into E minor 7 there. So if you wanted to just jump between, say, C major and E minor 7, you could do this secondary 2-5-1 of E minor 7. We've got a smooth transition there to chord 3. Really, really nice. For F major 7, what would you do? So this is a major 7 chord, so we could play a major 2-5-1. We need to think of F as home. Always go back on yourself or work towards the destination that you're going to, I should say. So we need to think, what's the 2 of F? That's going to be G minor 7. The 5 is C7, leading to 1 F major 7. So we get this. That was a weird one. I liked it though. Let's go. Just another example. So again, if you want to move towards that F chord, you can always play that secondary dominant. Now, this is where things get interesting. If we're moving towards the 5, we can play a secondary dominant of it, even though that is a 5 chord, this G7. What we need to do, what's the secondary dominant of G? It's a D, that's our 5 of G. What is the 2 of that? It's A minor. So we get... You know, you need to treat the 1 chord as if it's a major chord or a minor chord, basically. That's the way which I like to think of it. Forget that it's dominant and it wants to move somewhere else. We're just viewing it as if it was just a straight major. And then, of course, we could go back to C if we wanted. You know? Next one then is going to be A minor 7 chord 6. We already looked at this. What we would do is we would create a minor 2-5-1. So we would play the 2 of A minor is B minor 7 flat 5. 5 is going to be E7, any form of it. Now, chord 7, like I say, we don't tend to do that because the half diminished is kind of unstable anyway. If we were to think, what is the 5 of that B? Technically, it would be the flat 5, which is F. Which is weird. You could experiment with trying just a normal 5 and treating it as if it's just a minor 7 chord. You know, this kind of thing, but that sounds kind of weird. It can work. And if you were to do it, then what you'd probably do is if you pick that F as the kind of secondary dominant, the flat 5, then you could play like, you know, a C minor 7 flat 5. That wants to move somewhere, you can hear straight away. That's one option. You could treat it maybe a little bit differently as if it is just a minor. You could go like this. That's just one way I can think of there. Okay, let's do this with the whole scale then, but let's just avoid that 7 for now because it's a very weird one to do a secondary 2-5-2. So C moving to D. Up to E. To F. Go into G. Go into A minor. That B is weird. Remember, you've got options, but it's not really one which would be used. Like, and then back to C. What you would do is just the 2-5 of C. So we've got so many options, and there's tons of different ways to voice this, you know. Think of all the extensions and some of the voice leading that we did in even the fundamentals part of the course. We include inversions in this, and you've got crazy amounts of chords that you can use to voice these secondary 2-5-1s. So if we look at, say, the chord structure which we've been using throughout this kind of 6-4-2-5, then what I could do is think, okay, I'm starting on chord 6. I'm moving towards chord 4. So I need to work back on myself and imagine that chord 4 is the 1 almost, like. So what's the secondary dominant of that? It's C7. What's the 2 of F? It's G minor 7. Any form of G minor 7. So now my structure could go like this. Moving to D minor 7, the chord 2. So we could think, what's the secondary dominant of that? Is A. What's the 2 compared to that D? It's E minor 7 flat 5. You know, what have we got then when we go to G? Well, we need to think secondary dominant is D7. The 2 of G is going to be A minor. So A minor 7, any form of that. Moving to A minor, then we've got our 2 chord is going to be B minor 7 flat 5. Our 5 is going to be E7. And that takes us back home. So we could get something like this all together. Lots and lots of movement just using 2-5-1s. Like I say, this is just one example of voicing that. Imagine the amount of options that you've got in terms of inversions and things like this. It's killer. And like I've mentioned all the way through this masterclass, you have the power, so it's up to you. You decide if that's musically fitting. You decide if rhythmically that works. You decide, does that clash with the melody note or not? An easy way to tell is look at the extensions that you're playing and do they fit with the melody? If there's no melody there, then absolutely go for it. And this can also be used as a tool to help you write more interesting chord progressions. What I want to do now is show you an example, which may be a little bit over the top using these secondary 2-5-1s, but we want to hear what that sounds like in context with that melody playing. Let's check it out. That was hard to play, every single voice in there at that kind of speed, but you can see it opens up another world again. If you're just playing the root notes, if you're the bass player, that's much easier than trying to voice these. But yeah, I mean, this has unlocked another world of harmony again. Now, how can we kind of expand on this? Well, remember our good friend tritone substitution from before? We could technically use this within our 2-5 as well. So say I have the 2-5-1 going to C. This is a secondary 2-5-1 maybe. Then what I can do instead of playing that 5 chord, that secondary dominant, is I can tritone substitute it. I can still play the 2. This gives me different root movement. Look, it's all chromatic. Keep on bashing on about root movement right the way through this masterclass, but this is just another way to get a smooth chromatic line. And of course, you can do stuff with the voicings as well to make them sound together. Voice lead like that. loads of examples. We're not going too in depth on all of these voicing and stuff. That's something for you to explore and you to kind of play around with the voice leading, really. But this, again, let me remind you, we're just using it with these kind of root inversions of these. You go and invert this stuff and it gets crazy. But anyway, that is one thing we can do. Let's go back to this C major scale harmonized then and work out what would go on. So we've already worked out what would be the 5 chord, or moving towards 1, I should say this. But if we want to go towards 2 then, what we think is, what is the 2 of 2? And in that case, it's E minor 7 flat 5. We tritone sub the 5, which is A, to E flat. So we've got... So imagine our progression was C major to D minor. Now what we can do is use this secondary 2-5 that's being tritone subbed. That sounds so complex, but it's not. Look. To get to E, we would think, okay, what is the 2 of E? It's going to be minor, so F sharp minor 7 flat 5. Tritone sub of B, which is usually our 5, is going to be F7 sharp 11. So remember I said you don't have to voice it as like that F7 sharp 11. You could play any kind of F9, you could play F13. Play just a straight F major. You know, even sounds really nice. You could even keep this as E minor, and then we get it's a little bit more baroque and formal, but it works. Then moving to F, then F major, chord 4. Then we think, what's the 2? It's G minor. Then the 5 would usually be C. We're tritone subbing it. We get G flat or F sharp 7 sharp 11. Really pretty, especially if you use like a G minor 11. Works really well. Then for G7 then, what we would get would be the 2 of G. Imagine G is just a straight major chord. It would be A minor 7. Usually we go to D as the secondary dominant, but we're going to go to the tritone sub of that, which is going to be that A flat or G sharp. Then with A minor 7, then we're going to go, okay, what's the 2? It's B minor 7 flat 5. What's the tritone sub of the 5? E, that is B flat. And that leads to A minor 7. We won't even bother with the 7th chord. We've spoken lots about how this kind of doesn't really work because that half diminished is unstable. It's not like it can be broken down into a straight major or minor chord. It's diminished when it's in its triad form. It's not really what we want. So let's just look at the scale then right the way through using these tritones subbed secondary dominants, secondary 2-5-1s, I should say. So we've got C major, just move back to C just to complete it. So we get isn't that cool? I mean, this is opening a whole other world as well. And don't forget, if you want to, you can play the secondary dominant, then tritone it, and then go to the root. So you could do this. Another example of that. Again to E. To F. To the G dominant. To the A minor 7. Yeah, A minor 7. back to C. You see all of these kind of waves of harmony and lushness, especially when I start using extensions there. It's just like a whole different planet, you know? And like I say, you can pick and choose what you do. If we looked at it in terms of the chord structure we've been using, I mean, let's just stick to the kind of the secondary 2/5s that have been tritone subbed. It's really difficult to say that all at once. But in our progression, we're going 6 to 4. So what we can do is think of what's the secondary 2/5. It's going to be G minor 7, C7, F. But what I will do is I'm going to tritone sub that 5, so I'll get G minor, then that G flat 7, sharp 11, move into F major 7. So now, you know, moving to the D, you could do this. Move into the G. Move into the A. It's always creating this really nice, like, you know, whole step, then we move down a half step, down a half step. So a whole step above, I mean, from where we're going to, coming chromatically down. We just look at the bass line of that. 2, 3, and then crazy, isn't it? That gives us completely different options. Anyway, I want to show you what this sounds like. So this is the secondary 2/5-1 that's being tritone subbed in context with that melody. Let's check it out. This is getting crazy, right? I know I've said this a million times already, but you can hear just how much harmonic content you can start working with. Imagine way back when we started and we just had this kind of 6-4-2-5-1 progression. This has morphed into something completely different now. And you can continue and continue with these ideas. Like I say, don't just use the voicings I've used, explore all the kinds of inversions, nice ways of voice leading these things. It's kind of limitless fun then. The options are just available to you. But on this topic of secondary 2/5-1s then, I want to talk about another favorite trick of mine with these. So all we need to do is think of our 2/5-1 again. Imagine we're playing just going towards C. So we play the D minor 7, G7, C major 7. We know we can use passing diminished chords as a way to kind of substitute out the 5 there. What we get is the equivalent of like a dominant 7 flat 9, this kind of sound, you know, we get, because they contain all of the notes within that. If you are confused of why that works, go back to the intermediate section and check that out. But that enables us to create some interesting movement. We could play like the 2/5 going. So that way our root movement is like, instead of, just adds a little bit of interest and another option. Which I absolutely love. And you could do that with the whole scale. You know, if I went to D minor, I could go. Move into E minor, I could go. Move into F major, I could get like. Move into that G dominant 7, I could go. Move into the A minor 7, I could get. Remember, we kind of forget about the 7th chord in this case because it's just a little bit weird. It doesn't function in the same way. But hopefully you can hear there, that's given us all of these options to kind of approach from below the target chord that we want to move to, you know. Which gives us a completely different option. One thing I want to talk about here, though, is to do with the inversions of those diminished chords. So we think with passed and diminished, obviously there's 4 options of which root note we could play there. So if I just take that diminished moving towards C, remember I said we can invert this. They always give us the same type of chord. It's kind of sounding like a G7 flat 9, or it's just a diminished chord. It depends what root you choose to use. But that could be B diminished. Could be D diminished. It could be this whole F diminished. And it could be A flat diminished. Now, one of those notes was already involved with another chord, wasn't it? Let's check this out. So our 2 chord, D minor 7. Remember I said we could play a D diminished. How cool is that? So you essentially just turn the 2 chord into a diminished chord and it resolves. You get. That way we can keep the same root note. Like this. It works perfectly well for the minor 2-5-1s or secondary 2-5-1s too. Let's check that out moving to D minor 7. So usually we go E minor 7 flat 5, then A7 to D minor 7. What I can do now though is I know that I can build that diminished chord on the 2nd too. So I could go E minor 7 flat 5. That's E diminished. Look how it's only 1 note difference. All that's happened there is the flat 7 has moved down to like a double flat 7, which we've got in a diminished 7th chord, if you like, or a major 6th. Moving to. So we've got. And it's the same root. Continue this through the scale. Moving towards G. Or it's dominant, isn't it? So we could go. Absolutely beautiful. Moving towards A. Forget about the 7th, it's not really too interesting. Although you might want to experiment with it yourself, you know, you can break rules. It's all about using your ear and seeing what kind of works for you, really. But yeah, this is just such a cool way of navigating these secondary 2-5-1s by substituting the 5 for that diminished. And we can actually keep the same root note as the 2. It's just super cool. So all of our root note movement is like the same. It works even if we're going to a minor, let's say C minor, a different key, we could go. Of course, like I mentioned in the intermediate thing, this can all be used to go outside of functional or diatonic harmony too. You know, it just acts as a bridge. So say like I'm taking like C major 7, moving to E major 7. Totally unrelated there. What if I smoothen that transition by doing a secondary 2-5-1? So I need to think, what is the 2-5 of E major? Could be F sharp minor 7, B7. So I could get. Really cool. What if I tried the tritone sub? What if I try this diminished, passed and diminished first idea? What if I tried the idea we've just looked at now, whereby on the 2 we can build a diminished chord too, so... It's just insane how we can do this. What about if we look at the chord structure that we've been doing for our melody? So we could basically take chord 6, move into 4. Basically, what we could do is do the secondary 2 of that. Diminished. Beautiful voice leading at the top there too. Then we could go to, we're going to chord 2, so we go, that's 2 of 2. Diminished, built from that 2 of 2. Then we're going to chord 5, so we could go A minor. This is of G, remember? Going back to chord 6. I sub that out for a melodic minor chord right at the end there, but you can see all these kind of possibilities that are opening up. It's hitting me right in the jazz. There's so much going on here. Let's hear an example of using this diminished chord built off the 2 with the secondary 2-5-1s then, and hear how it sounds in context with the melody. Oh my God, that one is hard to play. It's a good exercise just to see if you can see these diminished chords quickly. But what I want to talk about now is this idea of secondary dominant chains that we can use, or secondary 2-5 chains, essentially. You might think, oh my God, what is this now? Well, all I need to do really is think of this whole idea of the 2-5-1 again. Keep on coming back to it, even though we're not playing jazz, it's a fundamental part of this harmony. But essentially, we know that the 5-1 movement is super important, both in terms of like the root movement, but also the kind of pull of that dominant chord towards somewhere, in most cases 1. It just really, really drags us in a certain direction. What's interesting is when we did the secondary 2-5s like this 2-5-1. 2 moving to 5 is a 5-1 relationship. So we could actually convert that 2 chord into a dominant chord. We already looked at it with passing diminished and stuff, but check out this. That works totally fine. Why? Because it's the secondary dominant of the secondary dominant. And that's why we call it like a secondary dominant chain. You've probably heard that in a lot of jazz stuff. You get like, or even, you know, this kind of movement gets used a lot. And this is what we call like secondary dominant chains, really. You can always keep on going and find the 5 of the 5 and the 5 of the 5, etc., etc. And in lots of cases, it still works. It's just finding if you can put those chords in time within the space that's allowed between chord movements without it sounding like way too much, you know. I think this is, again, where this whole idea of using this power responsibly is the most important thing. We know the tricks now. It's about doing it in musical ways. So you can obviously play the 5 of the 5 to get anywhere. If we look at the C major scale harmonized, the 5 of D here is the A7, but what we can do is actually play the 5 of A7, which is E7. Another way you can think of this is just like, you know, the secondary 2-5 that you played, the 2 chords you just convert into a dominant sound. So moving to E, we could do this. Moving to F, we could do this. We could go. Moving to the G7. Just using some interesting voice leading at the top. I would highly suggest you experiment with that. Moving to the 6 then, we could basically go. Sorry, I played even more chords than I needed to there, but essentially I could get B7, E7, resolve into A, and it totally works. Now, what I did with that last chord there, that 6, is I actually played the 5 of the 5 going into back to A. So I actually went, okay, the secondary dominant of our secondary dominant is B7. Moving to E7 as our secondary dominant of A. I played the secondary dominant of B there. You know. And it works because it's just a chain, if you see what I mean here. Hopefully you're following the logic. You can continue with this forever. It just expands the palette. Like I say, it's just about making musical choices and working out, does that actually fit in time? Now, what else is cool is that we can also play a secondary 2-5 of the secondary 2-5. This is where we're getting stupid. But essentially, if you think, say you're wanting to go to C there, we're using this like secondary dominant chain idea, but adding a 2 chord to it. So the 2-5-1 of C. What's the secondary 2-5 of that? So we could go, okay, we need to get to some kind of D minor 7. So we could play an A7, that's the secondary dominant of that. We could also play the 2 of that, which is E minor. So I could get like either, I can pick and choose whether I play minor 7 or minor 7 flat 5 for this. So that is the secondary 2-5 chain, I would call that. It's just nuts, and you could do that for the whole scale too. But there's one really important movement where this tends to work very, very well. It's what I call like the gospel rundown. And it's something that I use in a lot of my own music. I got it from these guys when we were playing the gigs back in the day. And it's when I can see a space between, there is like a major third apart between chords. So if I look, what I mean is the interval distance here. Let's say this is chord 6, moving to chord 4. I can see there's an interval jump of a major third, either up or down that way. What I can do is chain these 2 5s together, secondary 2 5s, and look at what I get. I can go, it's like 2, 5, 2, 5, 1. And that works so well in our progressions. I've heard even guys like Polyphia using this kind of stuff. It was just super ingrained into pop nowadays because of this gospel churchy influence, and even the jazz influence that influenced the gospel church. You know, you can always kind of trace things back. But essentially that works in our 6-4-2-5 progression. Maybe you don't do it all the time. Another example of a song I can hear that in is the Luther Vandross tune, Never Too Much. There I can see it's B minor 7, moving to G. It's that major third relationship or 6-1 movement. I can go. So imagine that in context. Super cool. And that's using this idea of chaining 2/5s or secondary 2/5s. I hope all of that makes sense. It's very hard to kind of conceptualize until you do it on the instrument. And like I say, it can be too much. You need to make that musical choice for yourself. What I want to do now is just show you an example of how that can work in context with this melody so that you can hear a musical example of this. Let's check it out. That little rundown is absolutely killer. But we don't just have to stop there. I mean, what is common with this is to try and substitute some of these chords in between that 6/4 movement. So far we've had the kind of secondary 2/5 chain. What we can do is play, of course, around with the extensions on the top. You could get like altered 5s. You know, this kind of thing. I could voice lead that probably better. Like you could get, and then back to say this, like an F major 9 at the end. But what we can also do is look at tritone sub and that 5, and that gives us a complete chromatic movement. Let's take a look. So instead of going here, we could go A. Tritone sub is going to be A flat 7 sharp 11. Like I say, you don't have to voice it with that sharp 11 in. It's up to you, but it just works nicely there. Then we've got the next 2/5, which is G minor 7 to C. We can tritone sub this C, and we'd get an F sharp or G flat 7 sharp 11, leading nicely into the chord 4, which is F major 7. So that way we get this really cool bass line, you know. Really, really pretty. And like I say, you know, it depends what you do with the voicings on the top. We can get all kinds of different things going on here. Another thing to think about is that you don't necessarily have to do the whole chromatic run. You could do one as a normal 2/5. There I even substituted the G minor for a 7, so you could get all dominant 7s. You know, this is the kind of more typical jazz way. Sounds a little bit cheesy like that. We could go normal 2/5, tritone sub. We could go tritone sub, normal 2/5. We do that same one, but on say the last 5, we could alter the extensions. So many options to play with now. And this is the beauty of it. The other thing which is very typical with this rundown is that actually on these 2/5s, you don't necessarily have to play strictly like, you know, a dominant 7 sharp 11 on those in-between voicings, on those chromatic ones. What you find happens quite a lot is they just simply play a minor 7 running down. Maybe here they play the 5. So you get another very common substitution. It's just super cool. The other thing with this gospel trick is that you get all kinds of ascending versions as well. We won't cover all of them here, but you'll hear things like, or sorts you can do with this. It's just a case of you getting 1, 2, 3, 4, then there's the change. So just like 4 chords in between to create that movement. I hope that makes sense. Let's hear a quick example using some of these different descending ones in between chords 6 and 4 here, and then let's move on to a new concept. It's just a super cool idea, and you can improvise with that, you know, like if the rest of the band are on the same wavelength, you can all join in together if you know that rundown. Even if it's just yourself and the others are just playing chords 6 to 4, it's gonna work. But anyway, now I want to introduce another concept, and this is one we have to be a bit more careful with in terms of following the melody. This is again borrowing kind of from like jazz harmony, and this is called backdoor 2-5-1s. Now, these are very similar to kind of like secondary 2-5s, I guess. But the idea of a backdoor 2-5-1 is, say we want to get to C major. Then usually a 2-5-1 is going to be D minor 7, G7, and then C major 7. A backdoor 2-5-1, the way I always like to think of it, is we're aiming for a 5 chord that is actually a whole step below, because it leads perfectly in. So a whole step below C major is going to be B flat, and that's where we build our dominant chord. So if you think there, that was a really nice voice leading example of it. I'm basically playing like a B flat 13. Lead into C, if I can make that. Works really well. But the 2 of that then is actually going to be F minor 7. So this is not part of the key at all, but it works. It's just different from. Now, I mean, if you want to work out how this works, you could take a look at that harmonized C major scale again. The way I like to think of it is always like my 5 chord is a full step below. So let's check it out. If we're going to C, then we know that it's going to be. Now, if it's going to D minor, then we could think, okay, we need to build a minor 7 2-5-1. In that case, usually it's going to be E minor 7 flat 5 and A7 altered to D minor 7, or just A7 in general. You don't have to alter the extensions, of course, but it's that kind of sound. Of course, with the backdoor, then we're looking for the 5 chord a whole step below, which would be C dominant 7. Now you might think, do I have to play a minor 2-5-1 here, as in like my G, which would be this kind of 2 of C? Does that have to be minor 7 flat 5? Of course that works, and on the 5 there I was playing like a sharp 9. But you can just play what would be like a major 2-5-1. So like you could play G minor 7. It doesn't have to have that flat 5 in there. You know, or works very well. And that goes for a lot of these kind of 2-5 ideas, really. It's introducing this idea that you don't strictly have to play the minor 2-5-1, as in minor 7 flat 5, dominant 7, and then minor 7. You can experiment always with these as just like major 2-5-1s, as in minor 7, dominant, leading to our minor 7 chord. Don't forget that. So we've worked out then so far C major would be F minor 7, B flat 7, leading C major. With D minor 7, then we could go G minor 7 or G minor 7 flat 5. And then we could go C7 into D minor 7. For E, it would be the same principle. We're looking for the 5. It's always going to be, you know, that whole step below. So I could think A minor 7, D7. I wouldn't play E minor 9, actually. They're in the scale. I'd play straight E minor 7. So to F, what would it be? We've got to think what's going to be the 5 chord. It's going to be E flat, isn't it? A whole step below. So I could go like B flat 7, or minor 7, I should say, then E flat 7. So this is taking us completely out of the key, really, but it works. Now, for G7, we'd think, okay, what's the 5 a whole step below? That's going to be F7. So we could, our 2 would be C minor 7, and then F7. Leading into G7. I'm just voice leading these with some extensions. That was like F13 to G13 there. Then the next one would be A minor 7. So we basically go like G minor 7, C7, into A minor 7. Now the 7th chord, like I say, we typically avoid this in most cases when it comes to reharmon with secondary dominance and all that kind of stuff. But I hope this makes sense then. So the idea is basically that with a backdoor secondary dominant, you always think of the whole step below and build your dominant 7th chord there and build the 2 moving towards that 5, if you like. So there's a few things to be careful of here, though. So if we were to apply it to this track or this melody, then we really, really need to be careful of those chords clashing with the melody notes. I mean, even just from the first chord movement, chord 6 to 4, check out this. What is the secondary, backdoor 2-5 of F? We already established that that's like B flat minor 7 and then E flat 7. Moving to F. And while that would work if there's no melody there, you know, like, sounds really cool actually. With the melody here, like this, and then when I come down, we can see already that's like a major 3rd of the B flat, so it tells me, oh, actually, are we just playing a dominant 7 or a major 7 chord there? That's where we're having to change things to accommodate the melody. We can't get away with, because otherwise we'll get a clash between these 2 notes. Like, it's not going to work. Like this again, if I go to the E flat there, that's probably the note in the melody that's still hanging. That would make it a major 7 chord of some kind, because that is the major 7 interval in relation to E flat, which is going to work like technically, and we'll see, especially as we get more advanced, that this is the kind of thing I would encourage. But just for the sake of keeping things all together in order, where we're following rules at the moment, that's probably going to be an avoid backdoor 2-5-1. And you always have to be careful of this. Melody is the king. It's going to determine what can be played or not. But if we take a look at the next example of a chord movement, we're going to move from chord 4 to chord 2. What's the backdoor dominant of this chord 2? Well, it's a D minor 7, so we need to think we need some kind of C7 here. And then we build the 2 of that, G minor. So this could work. It doesn't clash with the melody. You could get this movement. So imagine we've done this already. 3, 4. And then we could go. And it's going to work fine, because the melody... there's nothing clashing. Those notes, or this note I should say, C, is an extension of G. It's going to be in the 11th. And then of C7, obviously it's part of that. It's the root. Moving towards this D minor. So that works. Our new progression could be like 6, 2, 3, 4. Moving towards that 2. Then we've got to think, okay, what about this next movement then? So we're moving towards chord 5 or G major or G dominant 7. Our backdoor dominant for this would be like, or backdoor 2-5 would be C minor 7, F7, moving to G. Does that work? So C minor 7, all of those notes are part of that. You know, it's going to work. There's like even a major 6th in there, which will make it spicy. That's the 6th of F as well. And then it resolves to the G, which is part of the chord we're moving to. So, and then getting back to A minor, what's the backdoor dominant? We've got to think, okay, down a whole step, that's going to be like G major, isn't it, if you think here? So what do I do? So I could play like D minor 7. And that's going to work completely fine. It almost mirrors a normal 2-5-1 to C, you know. You could think like this if you wanted to. There I played like D minor 7 flat 5 instead of just like a normal D minor. G7 sharp 5. Down to A minor 7. You could go, it's another way, down into A minor 11. But this will work because those notes are part of the... all fits perfectly as part of those chords. So our new structure could be like 6 down to a 4. Then we've got the back door of D minor, which is going to be, and then the back door of this, and then the back door again. And that's completely different root movements again. Imagine it's like 3, 4, 2, and then 2, 3. And then we get like this. It's a lot to think about, especially when we've got so many options now. But it's really, really cool. I really like this technique. Another thing you can think of as well is that you can start, of course, like tritone subbing this too. As in, like, what I would do is add in a tritone after it. I could just forget the 2 completely. So say I'm moving towards C major. Let's do a backdoor 2-5-1 of that. What we would get is like, we're going to go F minor 7. And then we're going to go B flat 7. Here, what I could do is go, okay, let's go B flat 7. And then that's that D flat, like this. So I'm just using the 5. Then I think of the tritone sub of the normal 5. And that gives me this root movement, which is super cool. It's totally different from... There, I even subbed that out, that like tritone sub of 5, the normal 5, with like a major chord. That works as well. There's just so many options now, it's getting silly. Again, I'm going to repeat this one more time, but you have the power, use it responsibly, see what it actually sounds like. What I want to do now is give you an example using some of these backdoor 2-5-1s, I should say. I keep on getting secondary mixed up, into these chords with the melody playing at the same time, just so that you've got context. Let's check it out. So hopefully you can see there, these backdoor 251s just enable another cool function to get towards where we want to be, that time using a dominant chord built from a whole step below. Just remember always you have to be careful of melody notes really, and that nothing is clashing with them. This brings me on to another topic which might be more useful for those of you that are looking into writing your own kind of crazier fusion-based chord structures, or just something that's a bit more out there really. This is called like chromatic mediants or constant structures. That might sound super crazy, but let me tell you, it's quite simple once you hear it. The best place to start with this is let's just take one chord type. So let's take C major 7 here, for example. Now, that usually has its own harmonized scale, etc. With a constant structure, or this idea of chromatic mediants, we want to forget really the harmonized scale completely. And we want to think about how we can move this C major 7 in a kind of logical way. And to do this, we're going to be looking at the movement of thirds, as in the root is going to change by a third. Now, constant structure just basically means that you try to keep the same type of chord moving through these third cycles, if you like. So if I basically take C major 7 up a minor third, I can get to E flat, which is really cool and not part of the key. As we all know, that's a totally different key from C major. But if I continue this idea, the next one I'm going to get to is going to be, if I go up a minor third, it's going to be G flat or F sharp. Or, you know, for those of you who prefer to see it just moving this way. And if we've got one more, then we've actually got A major. And then we move one back and we've got C major. So we get this. Sounds really pretty, and you can see it's just this idea of moving in thirds. It resolves back towards itself. Now, it's kind of like how diminished chords work. That's how I like to think of it in my head when I'm visually looking on the fretboard. I'm always looking for that minor third jump. But we can also do this with major thirds as well. So if I take like C major, a major third away from that's going to be E, and I can play E major 7. Major third away from that is going to be A flat. And then a major third away from that is back to C. It's kind of how, like, or at least visually, I like to think of, say, augmented chords, how they work, you know, moving in these major thirds. But it completes a cycle. Isn't that really pretty? Now, the thing is with these is that you don't necessarily have to keep them just moving in that order of constantly moving in the thirds. You could pick any one of them to see if it works. So I could take, if I'm using those kind of major thirds as my kind of chromatic mediants or constant structures there. There I went backwards through the cycle. Hopefully you could hear that. Let's take the example where the thirds are moving in minor thirds. I could get... Very cool, very different sounding. Of course, you can experiment with the voice leading. Now, what's to say that we can't do that with every other chord type? You could do it with minor 7 chords. Let's take C minor 7. Let's move it in minor thirds. And then back to, sorry, where were we? C minor 7. E flat minor 7. Then we're going to get G flat. And then we're going to get A. Back to C. Now, we did that in major thirds. That's even weirder. use some nice voice leading and change that up a little bit. It's very cool. Let's take the one in minor thirds as another example. See how that all works? I mean, that's a very typical fusion kind of sound, really. You know, a lot of those kind of 80s, 90s fusion things use this idea of using the same constant structure, moving it through these third cycles, really. Now, the thing is with these is you don't have to use all of them either. It doesn't have to be this constant cycle. Like I say, you could pick just a couple, like C minor 7, E minor 7. Hopefully you can hear there, it's working, even though they totally aren't related in the traditional sense. But by using this idea of this chromatic median, it definitely works. Now, this is a little bit harder when you've got a melody there, but you can look for ways to throw one of these in. So, I mean, if we take, for example, this melody we've been using, there's not really anything that's going to work with that note. If I play C minor, it's not going to work because it will be a C major. You know, there's no minor third there. What about if we went the other way? Could work. That worked. So there I was thinking, you know, and this principle was just, can I move this A minor 7 to the same idea, another minor 7, but a minor third away, either above or down, or part of that cycle? And that F sharp was in there, you know, so works totally fine. Another example I could think about with this is, say we subbed chord 6 here with the tonic chord, which is another one of, or part of the tonic family, is C major, so chord 1. So could I take this C major up a chromatic median somewhere or down? Let's think if we move this major constant structure, can I get to E flat and will that work? So maybe that sounds right to me. So there we go. We've managed to include that chromatic median in there, that E flat. Moving on. Is there anything we can add on to this D minor 7 chord? So, I mean, you know, if we were to move, say, in a minor third, that's going to clash because we've got this here. Maybe you could get away with like this kind of sound, you know, but essentially we've had so far like this could maybe work, but we'd have to have more space. But I am thinking a different way here. This is all in real time. We could think, let's go back to B minor 7. So that is part of B minor 7. So you could get this works really nicely. I think that's very, very cool. Moving on to the G. Now, is there a way we could do this here? I can see one straight away, this B flat. it'll create like a B flat 6/9 chord almost, because that melody works. And I've just thought I'm moving G major up a major third down to like this. So our new structure, just using this simple idea of moving things in thirds but keeping these kind of constant structures, we've got this is completely different root movement. You can see it's like 1, and then we go to like this. It's like a whole new bass line that we've created, and it's fitting perfectly with this melody. And that's just some examples of it. You can get crazy with this, where you start adding in like secondary dominance of that like constant structure or chromatic median that you've moved. You know, you could think like this. I mean, I'm playing the 5 of that E flat major 7, moving to F, so trying to do this in real time, it's really hard, but you can see it works. It's just another way of harmonizing this. Could we add on another one? Let's see. Maybe it's all about taste, you know. No, that's a bit clashy. I don't really like that. Maybe you could just voice it as a minor chord. So still, it's a bit weird. But what about when we move to the G? Maybe you could get away with that. You know, so we've got so far. And then maybe we could put in that secondary before that, so it's a bit clashy again. I'm not sure I like it. Maybe not there, but this is how I would work it out if I'm writing one of these arrangements. I'm just testing out what can work and thinking of all of the concepts that we've used before, you know, secondary dominance, secondary 2/5, tritone substitution, seeing if you can add them in. It does get crazy. This is stuff that you probably wouldn't do on the fly because it's going to freak out the other musicians, but it totally works in your own arrangements, and that's what I love about it. Especially if you're trying to come up with interesting chord structures, you know, that don't stick to these kind of diatonic rules. This, I think, is a perfect example of it. But anyway, let's see then if we can record a version with that melody using these kind of chromatic medians or constant structure chord ideas in there so that you hear it in context. I think chromatic medians and those kind of constant structures are one of the coolest sounds if you want to sound more fusion, really, especially in your own writing. In this next topic, I want to talk a little bit about what's more commonly known as like a jazz kind of idea, really. This is called line cliche, and I always wondered what the definition was until I stumbled across it one day in a piano lesson, actually. But it's this kind of movement basically between the fifth and the root in the chord. So, good example of it, you know this. every guitarist is going to know that thing. But really, it's this idea that the chord is kind of staying the same, but there's movement from the root, moving chromatically down. You could carry on. But then we'd simply just like basically end up at the 4. But the idea really is that I want to be able to kind of construct these either moving chromatically up. It doesn't have to be chromatically even. It can be just like a step motion, you know. You could think I'm going to move down in steps. Like this kind of thing. Harp steps the other way. But it's usually from the 5th, so I will think, okay, my 5th of A is E. That's another example I can think of there. Up to the 7th, you know. And it's just giving movement to the chord itself. You're kind of hearing almost there that like minor major 7. We talked about that way back in the fundamentals, this kind of sound. But it's all over this same chord to just give movement from within the chord itself. Now, like I say there, I used an example with a minor chord and I was descending from the root towards the 5th. You could go the other way. It's just about seeing how you can rhythmically fit it in. And that was with a minor chord, but we could do the same with a major chord. Let's take that chord 4 in our example here. I love that, and that's introducing one chord type that is loved by like the likes of Dirty Loops. It's something that I don't think we've covered at all yet, and that is like a major 7 sharp 5 chord. This is built from the 3rd mode of melodic minor, like Lydian augmented, I like to relate it to really. But essentially like the scale which goes with it is like, you could think of it in 2 ways, but I think of it as the Lydian augmented scale. F, in this case, basically the interval pattern is root, major 2nd, major 3rd, sharp 11 or sharp 4, sharp 5, then there's 6, 7, and then we're back to root. It's really dissonant when it's by itself, but sometimes it can work as a hold chord if the melody doesn't clash with it. But really, I like to use it in this sense of using the line cliche. Or the other way. You know, so again, the same thing is you can go from the root of the chord and come down towards the 5th chromatically. Or you can do it in step motion. You know, you could think, okay, I want to go, you know, or up from the 5th. It's just all about adding motion from within the chord itself. Chromatically, again, up. Just adds some interest. Same with dominant 7th chords. You know, you think, okay, I can go from the 5th of the chord. There, what I might do is just raise towards that flat 7. Because there's not really, you know, a major 7 in there, but you could use that in passing as well, you know, like... any combination, it's just seeing if it fits rhythmically in and if it's not clashing too much with the melody. So we need to think, how can we add this in here to this kind of common structure we've used and melody? Let's work it out. So if I'm thinking, let me just play solo guitar, if I go... that's a cool movement. Here on that F, I could do that, so. And I've got really nice movements. Over the D, maybe we could try like ascending. Over the G, descend. Sorry. And then back to. This is all me experimenting with these ideas, and you can see where this can lead you, really, especially if you've got time in an arrangement. But obviously, if I'm improvising and with the band and I know I've got time on that chord, I can throw it in and it should work so long as it doesn't clash with the melody. Same with the F. It's gonna sound cool. And I just like this as a movement. So the thing to remember with it is that line cliche, the way I like to think of it is it's any kind of movement, either downwards or upwards, from the root towards the fifth or the fifth towards the root. That can be chromatic. It can be in step motion. It could be that you do a little bit of chromaticism and then you move into step. It's up to you to experiment with it. What I want to do now is just show you an example of how this could work with the melody in there and me playing guitar. Let's check it out. Okay, hopefully you can hear that is just a super useful tool if you want to build some movement from within inside the chords themselves. But now I want to talk about the next topic, and it's one of my favorites. This is quartal harmony and modal reharmonization. You might think, what the hell is that? That sounds like something from outer space, or I don't know, something Chick Corea would say. But anyway, this is a whole different way of looking at building chords, really, and they kind of tie in together nicely. That's why I've gathered together these two topics in the same place. I think, first of all, we should tackle what quartal harmony is. And this is what is described by a lot of jazz guys as sounding very modern, very hip. You hear lines. I use this kind of stuff a lot. Where it's all built in fourths, and on guitar this is nasty because it's tuned mainly in fourths up to here. You know, once we get to this B string, that's when things change, but it means they're really difficult to play in the sense that, you know, if you're playing single lines, you often have to use either rolling or barring or things like that. People don't like that. I'm one of those few weirdos that does for some reason. I love that sound. I think it just sounds, yeah, as they say, very modern. But really, the harmony itself, we have to look at in a little bit of a different light. So all of the chords which we're used to building are built from some kind of stacked thirds, usually. Quartal harmony is built from stacked fourths, and that's where the difference is. So you might think, how is this going to work then? Well, essentially, if we take the C major scale, this is going to be the best way to look at it. So rather than thinking, okay, take one, skip one, take one, we're actually going to skip two. So it's going to be take one, skip one, and then we take this one here. So that's our fourth. If we carry on, we're going to skip one, and then take one, and we've got. Then we're going to go, okay, skip one, take one. So we've got. It's a very weird sounding chord. I mean, it's a major 7 with an 11th in there. Not what we'd usually like because there's a tritone clash. You can hear it there. It can work in certain contexts. So that would be our new 1 chord, if you like, the C major chord in quartal harmony. Now the next one, it's going to be D minor, so we can use that same idea of building in fourths. So we take one, take one. So we've got our fourth here. Our Fourth away from there is going to be this note. And a fourth away from there is going to be this note. So we've got this. I absolutely love that sound. You can obviously sub that in for typical minor sevens, you know, it works totally fine. It's just slightly different. It's got a different feel to it. So the next one is going to be E minor, some form of that, and I'm just going to show you that it's going to be the same voicing. So far we've got C in quartal harmony, D minor in quartal harmony, E minor in quartal harmony. Now this is where things get interesting. So with F, let's start on that note. So we take one, skip one, skip one, and then we take one. This is a tritone. You know, you carry on from here. We've taken one, skip one, take one. So we've got this. And then the fourth away from there is this. And I love that sound. It's like a really Lydian voicing. It's an F major 7 chord, but it's got that sharp 11 in there. Super pretty. You know, I would sub that all the time for an F major 7 if you want to. It's just a bit more jazz, if you like. Now the next one, G. So we're going to take this note, in a skip one, take one. There's our fourth. Take this one, skip one, take this one. So we've got, so far, take this one, skip this one. Now skip that one, take this one. That is a super nice voicing as well. It's kind of like a G minor 11 type thing, but I just love that. It sounds wicked, you know. The only slightly weird one is on chord 1. Now A minor is going to look the same as those D and E minor voicings. And then B minor 7 flat 5 is not actually going to have the flat 5 in there. And it's going to look the same as those other voicings that we've had for the minor chords, which is easy. Back to C. So we've got very cool, right? So these can all be kind of subbed in for your standard voicings. If we were to take this chord structure we've been using right the way through, the 6, 4, 2, 5, you get like something like this. Very cool sounding. It's just like a different world from what we're used to. We're so used to things being built in thirds that the second these fourths appear, it's like, what? Some people love it, some people hate it. I personally love it. But where this kind of ties in is into modal reharmonization, or at least that's what I call it. And this was popularized by, you know, the jazz guys. You think of like Miles Davis, you know, the really famous album where the harmonies stopped becoming about like all of these 2-5-1 movements and cycling through progressions, and more focused on like islands and space and time, exploring one modal sound. This is where quartal harmony was kind of, I'd say, developed first, and it lends itself really well to these quartal voicings. So in order to reharm something with modal reharmonization, really we don't want to think about too many chords. In most cases it's just either one static kind of chord movement, as in we just stick to one chord like an F major 7 sharp 11 and explore that for a long time. Maybe there's a change later on. This becomes a little bit harder when there's a melody there. So you have to kind of figure out, okay, do all of these melody notes fit diatonically within the scale? And if they do, then you can try this approach. Now for this, I'm going to look and think, okay, I want to explore like a Dorian sound. So I know that on chord 2, I have D minor 7, and in this key of C, that's kind of like the Dorian vibe. What I can do is explore like just sticking around this D root to give me all kinds of different options. I can use all of those quartal voicings we've got, and and I can mix it with normal, you know, voicings that are built in thirds. Sticking over this root, and in case you're wondering how is this going to work, well, this melody is going to work because they're all in this diatonic key. So I could say, okay, I'm going to sit on that D quartal voicing. I love that kind of feel, you know, and then when you're solo, and then of course you can explore. It's just a different way of doing it. You could pick, though, any mode you want to explore from within that harmonized sound, see if it works. You know, you could do a Lydian thing. That would work totally fine. Maybe a dominant 7 thing. You know, there's just some examples that I'm thinking of in my head now, but it's mainly about sticking around one kind of modal sound, really, and seeing if it works. It's just a completely different way of thinking when it comes to reharmonization, something that we haven't really explored yet already in the course. But anyway, what I want to do now is demonstrate how this would work with the song we've got already. So I'll start off by just using quartal voicings while that melody is playing, and then I'll play a bit of a modal groove to hopefully give you an idea of what is possible with this. Let's check out these examples. Those modal vamps sound super cool to my ears. It's just a completely different way of exploring harmony. And you can have lots of fun just sticking with kind of one island or one kind of tonal center, really, you know. But now I want to introduce a new concept, and this is called modal interchange. Now, I know this is extremely popular with a lot of people when it comes to reharmonization and introducing chords that are not from the key, non-diatonic or non-functional, if you like. But I will say this is something that I don't really use to create my crazy chord progressions. Maybe I should, because I can see exactly how it works. And I can understand why it's so popular, because you have like a straightforward way of planning it. It's basically this idea that we have two different modes or scales that have been harmonized that we can use to pick new chords from. So to break this down in a simple way, first of all, we need to know how to harmonize the C major scale, which we've done right the way through this package. Then what we do is pick another scale or mode from within that, still harmonizing from this root of C. So the easiest and the best example I can give of this at first is to just harmonize the natural minor scale, C minor, Aeolian if you like. So in order to understand how this works, let's just take a look at the chords which, you know, follow each degree. Chord 1 would be C minor. Chord 2 would now be D minor 7 flat 5. Chord 3 would be that E flat major 7. Chord 4 would be F minor 7. Chord 5 would be G minor 7. Chord 6 would be B flat major 7. And then chord 7 would actually be B flat dominant 7. Going back to C minor 7. Another way if you're struggling to think about that is just think, okay, what's the relative major of C minor? It's E flat, and that way you can quickly access some of those chords if you're not as comfortable, you know, thinking of the minor key as our one. So the idea is basically you have these running in kind of parallel to each other. It's handy if you can write them down, I suppose, so you can really see what's going on to compare the differences. But essentially, you can pick some of the chords from C Aeolian, or that minor sound, to add to our progression. And this is the kind of fundamental idea of modal interchange. So say we're, you know, in C major, happy as Larry, you know, chord 1. Chord 4 is major. Maybe we want to throw in a weird chord from C minor. And we know that in C minor, when it's harmonized, chord 4 is actually going to be minor. So we could change that F to minor 7 there. So our progression could be like, this kind of idea. Let's pick another chord then that's not part of C major. The obvious one I can think of there is going to be E flat major 7. So you could get like C major 7, E flat major 7. Then you could go back to C major. Maybe G minor, because that's not part of C major either. So as you can see here, hopefully, that all I am doing is thinking of these two scales at the same time, as in C major and C minor, but picking chords from the different scales, and that gives me a completely different direction, really. Now, obviously, you still have to be careful of kind of movement and understanding how things can resolve and play with each other, but it's a very creative way, I guess, of coming up with new chord structures. I think we've only really taken one other parallel mode, really, from this, you know, which was Aeolian, but you could do it with, say, the Phrygian mode. That's a good example. So in Phrygian, like, you know, let's say C Phrygian, we actually have, this is called 2, which is it's built from the flat 9, if you think of the Phrygian mode. On this one, we would get a major 7 chord. So our progression could be like, we're staying in C major, go to the, you know, modal interchange of this C Phrygian. It's like we've just borrowed a chord from there to essentially give us movement. And that is a very cool way, I guess, of doing things. Like I say, I don't necessarily do it this way when I think of these substitutions. I have a different way, which we'll talk about later on. But it totally works. How would this fit into the progression that we've been using so far? So like, you know, we've had like chord 6, 4, 2, 5. Well, essentially, you have to be very careful of the melody when you put these in. But you could try things which we've already seen in different ways of doing it, like adding in that E flat major 7. And that'll give us a completely different sound. You can hear there's like an E flat major 6/9 sound, I guess. So like C major. That's borrowing from this C Aeolian sound. Maybe let's go to chord 4. Maybe we could borrow the G minor. So there we, like, you get this like, this sound. Back to like C major maybe. See how the 5 is no longer dominant. It's become minor 7 because that's part of that Aeolian sound. So you could try that. I mean, another way is to think, yeah, okay, could I get like this is going a bit weird, but could I get like that A, you know, if we think of it being in A minor, could I add in that Phrygian chord, you know, where there's a B flat? Then yes, of course, that's going to work in certain situations here. So see how that worked? Maybe G minor now. B flat again. So our new progression is completely different. It was like A minor 7, B flat major 7, G minor 7, B flat major 7. And this is how it works. Like I say, you can pick any mode, write out all of the chords of that harmonized, and just see if you can swap some in or out. That's essentially what the principle boils down to. So what I'm going to do now is give you an example of some interesting chords I've used using this modal interchange, just so that you can hear what it sounds like with the melody being played. But like I say, you have to be very careful when you're using this concept that the chords that you're borrowing from these other modes don't clash with the melody. That's kind of the key, really. So let's check out a musical example anyway. So there's modal interchange, a very cool way of coming up with new chord progressions and kind of reharming with different sounds. But now I want to get to maybe the most important lesson of this whole masterclass, and that is there are absolutely no rules at a certain point when it comes to reharmonization. And you might think, oh my God, why have we spent hours and hours learning all of these concepts? Well, they are all totally usable and viable concepts. It's been used for years and years and years, and it will help you to come up with all of these different kind of crazy cool chord structures. But it gets to a point when you realize that actually you can do whatever you want so long as the melody is being harmonized correctly. And by that, what I mean is that there are basically, if you've got a melody note, you can pick any chromatic note from anywhere and build chords there to harmonize things. And you might think, what the hell, that just sounds stupid. But let me give you an example. Let's say that E is my melody note. I'm going to show you that chromatically every single root note works here, and I can build chords off of that. Let's check it out. So starting off. Crazy. That was just ascending. Of course, you could do that descending as well, and it's going to work. But you think, what is going on here? How is this actually making any sense? Well, the idea is that I can pick any root note here, so long as I can build a chord that has E, this melody note, in there at some point. And to understand how I can build these chords, I need to think of that melody note in relation to the root note. What interval does that create? So when it's E, and the root note of our chord is going to be E, I can build literally any E chord because it's going to work. I could build E minor or any variation of it. I could build E major, any variation of it. E diminished, E augmented kind of thing. I could build, I don't know, E minor major 7, any of the extension variants of that, E dominant 7. The list goes on and on, basically any chord, because E is that root. What about when we get to F? What is the E in relation to F? It's a major 7. So I know that any chord that contains a major 7 interval in there is going to work. Obvious one would be F major 7. That's going to work. Any extensions of that, F major 7 sharp 11, F major 13, because it's part of the chord. But I could also think, okay, what other chord type has a major 7th there? I could play like an augmented chord, or like a major 7 sharp 5. Because there's a major 7 interval in that chord here. Or I could think, okay, what about a minor major 7? That's going to work in any of the extensions of that. And this is how I'm kind of thinking at the moment. Or about when we go to F sharp, what does E become? Well, that is now the flat 7, the minor 7. So here we've got loads of options. What chord types contain a minor 7 interval there? Obviously, minor 7. Any kind of iteration of that, even what else contains a minor 7? Dominant 7 chords, and that opens up a whole kind of different world, really. You could think of all your unaltered dominants, think of altered dominants, all this kind of stuff. It's just a completely different world. Even it's a bit weird, but it works. You get to G, we think, okay, what is E in relation to G here? It's the 6th, isn't it? A major 6th. This is where we can start to have even more fun, because that's an extension. So you think, okay, what is a major 6 part of? It's part of major 7 chords, isn't it? It's the 13. It's part of minor 7 chords. It's that kind of Dorian sound. Any iteration of that. What about dominant 7th chords, of course? Even some kind of weird, you could add it as an extension of, say, a dominant 7 flat 9. That's diminished scale stuff we talked about. With that 13 in there. What else is it part of? It's part of the melodic minor harmony, it's part of the minor major 7. It's an extension of that. You could get this kind of sound. That works as well. It's diminished as well. Diminished, you can think of it as that double flat 7 is the same thing as the major 6. This is where things just get crazy, and hopefully you can see what I'm doing here without going through each individual one. I don't want to bore you too much. But the idea is that you take that top note, the melody note, and you pick any root, work out what the interval is in relation to that, as in what is the melody note compared to the root note you've picked, and then decide what type of chord you want to build. It's that straightforward. And this is where rules completely go out of the window, because if E is just my melody, then I can create chord progressions that are totally unrelated and it's going to work. I mean, some of them might have been suspect, but you can hear it totally works. Especially if you're looking to create movement, you can do anything you want, and it's very hard to analyze where this is coming from. There will be ways where you can go, is it part of modal interchange? Is it, a kind of secondary dominant that he's played of something else? Is it all of these things that we've covered so far? And sure, you might be able to find ways to analyze that, but more often than not, it's just a case of literally creating harmony just around that melody note as a kind of random exploration, creative exploration. There's been many times where I've been checking out, say, like a Dirty Loops track, and I'm trying to work out where the hell this crazy chord has come from and how have they managed to fit it in. And I'm convinced that this is exactly how they do it. In fact, speaking to Henrik, I know this is how it is. You just explore and you think, that could work there. Now, this is why it doesn't necessarily work in improvisational context, especially if you're with other musicians, because how are you both going to be thinking completely on the same wavelength? There's got to be some kind of communication there. With all the examples we've done before, you can maybe do that on the fly. But with this, when there are no rules, it's going to be impossible to judge because it is essentially almost random. There's method to the madness. Obviously, you have to build the chord around that melody note. It has to fit. But in reality, like I showed you there, any root note can work with any melody note, and therefore we can build crazy, crazy chords. This is kind of what I've been doing in the examples that you'll see in a minute. Things like Baby Shark and, Wheels on the Bus, Jingle Bells, all that kind of stuff, is this idea of, yes, I can use some of the concepts like the secondary dominants, tritone subs, modal stuff, etc. But in reality, I'm just looking for very cool ways to harmonize a melody note. That's essentially all it is. And that kind of sums up this whole masterclass, really. You have to learn all of these things I've spoken about previously, because that is definitely going to aid you. And it's also, of course, going to open up your ears to some of these weirder sounds. But eventually you do get to the point with this where you realize, oh my God, there are absolutely no rules. We can break everything. And hopefully that isn't a moment where you go, oh, well, what was the point in all of this? Because like I say, everything that came before is important. But just understand that with harmony and reharmonization, it gets to a point where there are no rules. It's as simple as that. What I kind of want to do now is walk you through some of the tracks I've made in the past few months using this reharmonization ideas, and just show you how you can maybe come up with some ideas yourself. They are very often very simple melodies, but I've just tried to kind of incorporate nonsense chords around them that somehow tie together. It's important to note there are two things I want to talk about in particular to kind of round this off, and that is that as well as the kind of harmonic choice that we have here, you also have to be aware of the rhythmic aspect, because they can make or break whether these chords sound cool. Loads of the examples we've had so far have very strong kind of rhythmic placement of where these substitute chords come into play, and that is very important to take note of. The other thing as well is that the movement of the root notes has some kind of logic to it. We've spoken before about how our ears love this idea of, moving up in fourths, or in fourths in general, or fifths, but they also love to move in stepwise motion. They also love to move kind of, in half step motion. And they also love sometimes the whole, chromatic median thing, constant structures things, thirds. That works as well. They are kind of rules that you should always be aware of. But of course, you can move to anything, anywhere in the scale. You can move to chords that are like a tritone apart. You can move to chords that are a flat six apart. Just bear that in mind. There's rules for that, I guess, that we spoke about in this masterclass. And then, of course, we can break them too. It's all about making musical choices, really, and letting your ears tell you, does that sound cool? The last thing I want to say, and this is very important as guitar players, is that we shouldn't always be playing these huge voicings unless we are alone, really, you know, as the only like kind of chordal instrument. When we are playing with keyboards and bass players, really, we just want to be playing slash chords. And by that, what I mean is you don't even need to play the root notes. Very often we are just playing some kind of triad that will either highlight the extensions or, you know, just give it a little bit of the flavor of the chord that is being implied by keyboards. Keyboards always win when it comes to taking up that sonic space of harmony. At least that's what I think, if I'm totally honest. But a good example of this would be to check out some slash chords. I talk about this concept in Improv Roadmap when I'm talking about triad pairs. But a good way to get into it is to say, take like a C major 7 chord and think of a triad that can work from within C major. One I love is G major. And I know that this always gives me a major 9 chord. So what I can do, instead of playing C as the root all the time with that G major triad, is I can just play G major triads while the bass player is holding down that root or the keyboard player is holding down that root of C. It makes a huge difference, and that is kind of where guitar sits in this mix. We'll see that during these arrangements now as we play. But yeah, just bear these little ideas in mind as we go. But I hope you've enjoyed all of the concepts in this package, and I hope that you can use this in your own kind of songwriting, but also if you're going to make arrangements of, say, cover songs as well. Okay, without further ado, let's check out some of these arrangements. Okay, so we all know what this track is, and it's been kind of the main melody example that we've used right the way through this masterclass. This is just a kind of a different level of putting all of these things together to make something that sounds musical, I guess. So we all know what the basic kind of chord structure is. I mean, the only difference is that we're in the key of C minor or E flat major, if you like, here. So it's kind of like going from chord 6 to 4. We have 2, 5, and then there's a passing diminished chord back to our chord 6 here. So if you're confused about what they are, check out the passing diminished section of the masterclass in the intermediate part. But essentially, this is all the basic structure is. What I've done is try to create movement. So let's start straight from the top. And the first voice that I'm using is kind of like a C minor 11 chord. Here, I'm going to play the A flat major 9, I like to call this. Some people would call that like kind of like a sus2, you know, or a major 7 sus2. I just think of it as major 9. But essentially that connection. Here I tap the harmonics. It's just literally 12 frets above the octave, essentially. From here I move to an F minor 7. And there what I'm doing is I'm kind of trying to imply this kind of either sus4 sound or 11th sound. And here I'm going to tap this little melody. So that is just 16 slid down to 15. And then I'm playing the 16th on the B. Because it leads perfectly in terms of the voice leading into this B flat major up here. So far. Then we're going to play the passing diminished here to C. And this leads us into a straight C minor 7. What I do is I use this gospel rundown that we spoke about in the advanced section. It's like a chromatic thing. You could think of it as secondary 2-5-1s as well. To this A flat. So it's just instead of playing the 5 like this, I basically play an extension on the top of the B flat minor 7. It just gives us a bit of smoother connection. I think the bass is actually playing the 5 though, which would be E flat, leading to this B flat major 7. Now really the voice that I'm using here again is a slash chord. I'm playing E flat over B flat. Now you might think, what's going on here? Well, essentially that gives me like a major 9 sound. It's the triad built from the 5th, the major triad, over the root. Which sounds really cool. It's just different from that. So far up at this point, say we go from the second half. We've got the rundown. Then what I do is I use a secondary 2-5-1 moving towards F. So this would be a G minor 7 flat 5. Then a C altered. This is just like a sharp 9. To F minor 7. So you can see we've got 2 examples of kind of secondary 2-5s here. Now the other one. After this, what I am doing is just simply thinking of root motion back towards C minor 7. So I take my first one, I'm going to go down a whole step and play a major chord. So E flat major. Here, what I'm doing is I'm playing a B flat major voicing, but in first inversion. So that my root movement is basically going down chromatically. I'm getting... That voicing is in the intermediate section under my favorite passing chord. And then what I do is I actually use this D flat major 7. I think the voicing I play on the video is actually just a straight major 7 there, but you could try A flat over D flat, which leads me perfectly back to C minor. It's just that kind of root movement of this. That's the bass line you're hearing, but I'm just kind of subbing in different sounds. Now, of course, some people might be like, oh, that's modal interchange. I saw you play this, leading into C minor, and thinking, oh, this comes from like the C Phrygian sound. Of course, you can think of it like that if you want to, and you can check out the modal interchange section. But for me personally, all I'm doing is thinking of root movement and thinking that I want this to be as close together as possible. It's a journey downwards back towards the root. Remember in the very last section I said you can do whatever you want with chords so long as the melody note fits. This is kind of what I was thinking here. There's obviously voice leading on the top too, so you hear this. So it's almost like that's the top note you hear, and then it jumps. So the top. That actually sounds. Sounds like a different tune completely, but you can hear there's a melody at the top there going on. And of course, all of these voicings are designed to fit with the vocals. There's nothing clashing, at least not to my ears. The whole thing from the beginning there, we've got, again, C minor 11, A flat major 7 or major 9, tapped harmonics, F minor 7, tap the melody, B flat major, pass and diminished, all secondary 2/5s of the A flat, now secondary 2/5 of F minor, downwards in stepwise motion, half step, and that kind of covers the intro of it. So then from there, what I do is I try to do a bit of like a guitar, clean guitar solo-y type idea, where I get like this. So there I'm just using a C minor 9 voicing and coming down a pentatonic. Up towards here on that A string, the A flat major 7. There's a double stop idea. Then I'm using an extension at the top here. That was just the flat 7 moving to this 9th. So these are all forms of F minor 7. There's another F minor 7 here. And that leads me into the B flat major, pass and diminished. And then there's this lick which every instrument plays. It's actually part of the original track. It's just basically a way of moving from C down to that A flat, really. So we've got so far and then there's here just a lick. This is not necessarily a reharm, it's part of the key. Just leads me nicely into F minor 7. And this is something that I want to talk about. It's like you can include riffs within there and maybe even harmonize some of the notes from the riff with your chords afterwards, maybe on keys or something like that, but it's just a useful tool. We'll see in one of the other example tracks that this is kind of like a cool way to just add interest as well, throwing in little melodic ideas to connect chords together. But anyway, that I can't remember what the exact lick is. I think it's that. And then that leads me into an F minor 11. But I've got a melody going on at the top to connect these. Here I'm playing, I think of that as C minor over the what is it, the B flat major chord, I guess. And then I moved to, where are we? So we went, okay, so that looks like an F minor 9, but it's over the B flat. What does that give us? It's kind of like a B sus4 with a 13 on the top. And then here I use an example of passing diminished chords. It's just the inversions. So you've got to get us back. So this whole other section then is like sorry. It's a lot of chords to play. That's why I'm struggling to remember them, especially when you start slowing it down and thinking about it. But you can hear there the concepts that I'm using. It's not as crazy as you might think. It leads us into the next section, which is actually a little bit easier. Like, it's just a C minor 7, and I'm putting like the 7th on the top, the flat 7. That's moving down to A flat. that same double stop idea that's just coming from the C minor scale. Like this, and then where do we go? Let me think about it. It's the exact same idea, F minor 7, putting the 7th on the top, and then B flat, diminish, like this, so we get... And then this is like a little trick I like to use. I'm walking up towards B flat, or E flat, I should say. So you get basically C, then I'm playing B flat in first inversion, E flat major 7 or 9, whatever you want to call that, even 6, 9. And then I use a passing chord of E flat here, which is just in first inversion, which takes me to that A flat, which is exactly the movement we want. Like this. So far we've got... Oh, sorry. And then it's going to just be... play the diminished arpeggio on that passing diminished down into C, and that's where the guitar solo starts. You can see there, it's just using all of these common concepts that we've covered right the way through this masterclass, mainly from the intermediate section and some bits from the advanced. It's not too crazy when you start analysing it. The hard thing is to be able to have like the technique to play these chords really when they're moving this quickly. But I hope all of this makes sense so far. We should take a look at what's going on in the chords in the background. There is no rhythm guitar, but I can kind of explain what's going on underneath the solo. So essentially, I'm trying to keep the chords as close to the original as possible here with just a few little tricks. So it's like C minor 7 or 11, A flat, F minor 7, B flat major, B passing diminished. Then as a melody. So that melody, everyone plays that as well. It's like the other one before. I think I got it from some of the backing vocals later on, or maybe it's even the main vocal does that. I carry on with the solo, but it's essentially into like a secondary 2/5 of F minor. And then we do the gospel rundown again. This is this like chromatic thing that was in the advanced section. It's essentially just like secondary 2/5 ones, if you like, in a chain. Moving down towards chord 4 there. And then I think the bass plays the secondary 2/5 towards F. And it's just back to B flat. That is literally, it's way more simple in that section. All you have to watch out for are the like kind of joint melodies. That one and the gospel rundown. It's the only thing to be aware of really. And that kind of sums it up. There's nothing crazy going on. Of course, the solo is doing some mad things, but this whole masterclass isn't about the solo. I'm just trying to follow the changes. Do make sure you check out the transcription if you want to learn that yourself. But hopefully that gives you an idea of my thought process behind this arrangement. It's all stuff that's been covered so far in this masterclass, mainly in the intermediate section with our secondary 2/5s and stuff, and the advanced section. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. I'll catch you in the next one. So, Wheels on the Bus, another funny kids tune to reharmonise. I think the best port of call is to kind of start with the melody first, then with this one. I chose the key of F, no idea why, that's a weird key on guitar, but essentially it's just triads, two in particular. You've got F major and C major, back to F, F again, C, and then back to F. So I'm guessing you can see what chords that probably is on the original. It's just 1 to 5. Trying to do that on the fly is a little bit difficult, playing the root notes as well. But hopefully you can see that it's just a 1 to 5 movement, and this is one of the most important relationships in music. We spoke about this right the way back in the intermediate section of the course. It's everywhere. It's just the strongest pull. But I thought, how can we mess with this and make it sound a little bit more complex? Now, this one, out of all of them, is maybe the most harmonically complex one I've done. So you'll have to bear with me if I make mistakes as I'm explaining these chords. There's a lot. I've had to chart them out what the keyboard player, the keyboards that I programmed were doing, as well as thinking, what am I playing over the top of this? I think first and foremost, let me just give you what the clean guitars are doing at the beginning in isolation, so you can get an idea of what kind of triads I'm approaching, really. Have it, then it repeats basically. So there's a lot going on, and sometimes I am just playing like octaves instead of the chords that I've programmed with the piano, really, because it's impossible to play that quickly, at least for me anyway, with my technique. But first, let's analyze what did I do as the fundamental of changing this. So I've kept it really in the key of F, but I moved to D minor, the relative minor. So that's the first port of call, similar to what I did with Baby Shark, actually, if you've checked out that one, where essentially I reharmed it so. But what I did in between that was to put an extra chord in there. I played chord 4 of F, which is, the major 7. But the voicing I think I actually used, so it's like D minor 7. And then I think I played like a B flat major 13 with a sharp 11 in the piano. But the melody note would just be the 5th, And then this part, I'm thinking back to D minor. But I wanted chromatic root movement, really. I wanted this. So I thought, okay, D minor 11. Because it's like a C arpeggio, isn't it? Starting from the 5th. That's the 11th of D minor. And then for the C sharp, it's a very weird one. I actually just played a triad over the top on guitar, like an A major triad. What does that give me? So really it sounds like either a minor chord, but really what I'm thinking is a dominant 7th chord. I think on the keyboards I played this, which you could describe as like C sharp 7, sharp 9, sharp 5, and sharp 11. That's crazy, I know. But it's a passing chord that leads perfectly into G over C, or in other words, C major 9. We've already covered that chord in the course. But you get this movement. Very nice voice leading as well. And in terms of the melody, it's just that. So you've got, and then, even them by themselves sound quite nice. There's just the melody note and the root note together. But that's kind of like, moving, I guess, a little bit away from F, or is it? No, it's not. This. Maybe that's not part of F major because there's a major 7 in there. But, I mean, it's just for that one chord. This is part of F major. So the majority of it is just playing around with those passing chords in between, you know. It's all about seeing, can the melody fit with the kind of chromatic root movements I want to make, really. But just to recap then, so... And then we've got... And then from here, I played like B flat major 13. And then I actually played, like in passing, a kind of B flat sharp 5 kind of idea. It's also got like the sharp 11 in it, I guess. It's just a passing chord. Remember the line cliche? We spoke about that. Moving to an A minor. But really, the chord I'm playing is this F over A. Or F in first inversion. You know, F major 7 in first inversion, really. It's got the third as the root, that A minor. And that's kind of the first 4 measures or bars. So the guitar at the top is basically playing like D minor 7. That's just like a D minor inversion. Then I'm playing, that's an A minor triad over the B flat. That's what gives us the sharp 11. You can hear here. And then here I played basically kind of triad based ideas. That just gives us our D minor 11. Then I played A over that C sharp, and then G over C. Remember this idea I spoke about when there's keyboards there? As a guitar player, mainly we just want to play triads. That's a classic example of it. Rather than this, which is very hard to get into as well. Over the next part, I just played, where was it? I played over this B flat major triad. I went... So that gives us B flat major 13. There's that weird sharp 5, sharp 11 thing, passing chord, over to, then I played this, which is basically F major 7 over A, or F major in first inversion. Then to finish it off, I've got G minor 11, and then A minor over G, and then we get this movement. Now this, I think on the keyboards I'm implying there's a sharp 11 in there, and the major. Moving to a C major, just a straight one there. So you could think of that as kind of like, you know, a C sharp major plus the sharp 11. Like this, but it's just a way of getting chromatic root movement to C. It's almost like tritone substitution, just in a weird way. But that is in the key of F, of course. Then it's like we're moving towards 5. You know? This is a lot to take in. Just remember, this is just the first 4 measures as well. So all together so far, you've got like D minor 7, then B flat major 13 sharp 11. Then we go D minor 11, this A over C sharp, G over C. And then we've got B flat 13, the passing chord with the sharp 5, and the 11th. That's impossible for me to do quickly. Then A minor over, sorry, F major 7 over A. And then we've got G minor 11, A minor over G, and then C sharp, major with a sharp 11, down to C. Can you see how much is going on here? It's a lot of chords. Believe me, this is crazy. But anyway, moving on to the second half then, what I've done is I've gone like G minor 7, then I'm playing that F major over A again, or F in first inversion. And then there's actually a B flat 6/9. And then there is a G, I've called this like G7 over B. You could play just as normal G over B, which is like G in first inversion, but I included that flat 7 in there. I think the actual voice I played is like this, which is cool, just a little bit of separation. So we've got G minor 7. This is it, sorry, so again. And then here, I actually played like an E flat 6/9 on the guitar, but there was an A flat root on the bass and the keys. So what does that give us? It's really just like an A flat major 9, you know? And then that moves to a C over B flat. That's like a B flat 6/9 with a sharp 11, or B flat major 7 sharp 11. So you've got that movement of like A flat major 9, so, and then the B, C over B flat. And then this is where it gets weird. So this is the craziest chord out of all of these reharms, I think. You've got this, which is an augmented triad, like an F augmented thing, over C. So you could label that as like, I guess C sus4 flat 9, or yeah, that's a really crazy one. Flat 9, sorry, C7 flat 9 sus4 maybe, or C7 sus4 flat 9. I guess that would be the way to do it. I think it's like a Phrygian kind of chord really, but it just sounded good. The way I came up with that was an F augmented triad over that C root. It just sounded very cool to my ears. And then it moves up to like a D flat or C sharp augmented, you know, so you've got, and the F stays the same. Then it moves to, what is it, E flat augmented. I think that's like an E flat augmented 9 if you keep. And then it moves back to C. So it's like this. Playing it all together on guitar is so hard, it's easier to just program it on keys. Like this. You get the idea. So much so. That again. But really what I'm looking for is this root movement. And then it goes back to D. So it's like wrapping around that. I think that's what I was focusing on when I was writing this. And on the actual rhythm guitar, I deliberately didn't highlight those chords because it's just so quick. I just played this. So if we go from the fourth measure, so you've got this like G minor, A over G, and then I played just these two double stops to get that C sharp to C, and then we go G minor 7, that's that F over A, B flat, I think I either played major 7 or 6/9, and then this kind of G7 inversion, so it's like a G7 over B. And then what I did is I went E flat 6/9 over that A flat. Then it's D over, or sorry, C over B flat, which is B flat major 7 sharp 11. So you've got, and then I just played octaves instead of those crazy chords. But you can see most of this is in D minor, except for these weird passing chords. And all I was doing was trying to find chords that fit with the root movement, really, to get this kind of close together. The rest of it is... And then we go... and then back to... And then we get the... Oh, sorry. It's all very, very close together. Hopefully you can see that. I know this is a lot to take in, so make sure you are checking out the transcription. But hopefully that gives you some insights into what I was thinking. So the whole thing on rhythm guitar again. And that's it. It's tough. I hope you enjoy it. Definitely check out the transcription. So this one, I'm sure you all know it, and I wasn't really going to include it, but it was a huge request in terms of tabs. So I thought, why not, include this in the breakdowns. Now, I think in terms of the original, I don't know if I can call it the original name because Nintendo will probably kill me. Let's call it Pocket Monsterinos or something like that. But essentially, it's just like in G minor or B flat, and it's very, very diatonic. But there is some ways in which you can mess with this, and it brings up an important concept, really, that I didn't talk so much about in the course itself. But, I mean, if we take a look at the first part, it's basically just a G minor vamp. That root carries on, but the keys plays G minor to F major. And all that's doing is implying like a G, 11 chord or F over G. One of my favourite chords we've talked about all the way through this. Now, where I am messing with it is within the riff itself. So in the original, it's just like 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So you could think that's just built around the root, fifth, and flat 7. Or you could think pentatonic, if you wanted to view it that way. But it's very simple. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. This kind of thing. Now, what I thought is, how can I make this sound a little bit cooler without just completely changing the chords? I added in or implied different chords with the riff. So on my version, I'm going 2, 3. So a lot more rhythmically complex, really. And it's implying a G minor 9 chord. Because we've got this. Moving up to B flat. And then we get this kind of idea, sorry. And on the original, I think it's just like F major, C minor, and then E flat twice. What I did was go, F major, and then this E flat 6, 9 instead of just a straight E flat, and then the bass line. That's another example of playing with it. There, what I'm doing is I'm thinking of the scale, but I'm wrapping around this B flat before we get to, getting that 5 of G, if you like, the secondary dominant. So, I hope this gives you an idea of what you can do yourself. I mean, that is pretty much it for Pokemon. The rest of it, I said it, but the rest of it is, the same as the original. I'm just playing around with the riffs underneath, some little rhythm changes, syncopation. Hopefully this gives you inspiration to do your own thing. Definitely check out the solo if you're interested in some shred licks there. I'm sure there's a lot to dig into. Yo, so Jingle Bells. Now, this was a kind of tough one in terms of the harmony, especially to break this down for you guys. This was recorded back in December. I mean, when else would it be recorded, and why would I wear that suit any other time? Promise you, I don't wear that Santa suit all year round, or maybe I do, I don't know. But yeah, basically the melody is super simple. I think this one, I did it in C originally. So the melody starts on the 3rd. super simple, that part, but essentially it's just like, again, a 1, 4, 5. You've got like C major, I think it does that on the original, and then the 4 chord, 1, 5, and then it just repeats. Now there's that middle section which we'll tackle a little bit later on, but first let's have a look at what I did. So maybe if I play the solo guitar unaccompanied again, so you get this. That leads into the second section. Like I say, we'll look at that in a second. But really, again, I'm trying to focus on triads or these kind of 4-note voicings to not get in the way of the keyboard. I've transcribed what I wrote on the keys, and it starts with a very weird polychord, I'm going to call it, because what's going on is like the keyboards are playing this, which is like a G sharp augmented triad or A flat augmented triad. But it's also got a sharp 4 in there, which is very, very weird, because I'm playing a diminished arpeggio on top of that, which is like an E diminished. And this really means that we have like a sharp 5 in there, but also a natural 5. And my understanding with this is that that's just basically like a polychord, because you've got 2 tonalities. But it works super quick in passing, and I move down to like a D minor 9. Not like that. Basically doing this. And then this is kind of like, you know, in C at the moment. I keep it straightforward. I go E minor, then D minor 7, and then this is where there's the change, because there's like an A in first inversion. So it's like A over C sharp. So you get that, which is not part of C major, you know. Especially like that first chord, that's not in C major. This D minor is, and then E minor, D minor, and then this A over C sharp. That leads us into kind of like B flat major 7. So you could think of this as modal interchange. Maybe it's coming from, you know, C, but really what I think is I'm targeting the key center of F now. So I'm thinking of this as like chord 4 of F. And then it goes to a G sus4, which again could be part of F. Remember, there's no third in there, so it's not a G minor. And then it goes to a C sus4, G, and then to E minor. So you could say we're back in C now, I guess. But altogether, I mean, this is not like the kind of voice leading that I'd use on it usually. But just so that you have an idea, it's like this. So we get that tritone movement in the bass line. Again, similar to Baby Shark, you get... And then this E minor, moving down towards that C sharp over A. So you've got, and then we're in F major, chord 4, chord 2 but sus, and then chord 5, then chord 2 again, but major this time, to E minor. So that tells me actually I'm in the key of C there. Now the second part is a little bit easier. It's like D minor 11, and then that's gonna go to B flat major 7, moving down, that's a walk down, that's F major 7 over A, to kind of like a G minor 7. I think the actual voicing is I play like that over G, so it gives me like a G minor 13, but there's a sus2. Yeah, this kind of sound, you know. Lots of these chords sound way more complex than they actually are when I'm playing just a triad on the top. Bear in mind, it's just I can't play them together. You know, there's not enough fingers. Then that leads us to a walk down to F major. So So to get there, it's like imagine without that crazy 13th extension, it's just almost like a 2/5. All I'm doing is, instead of playing the C7, is I'm playing first inversion of that, C over F, or C over E, I should say. Moving to F major 9, I think I play. Or just F major 7. So it's this kind of 2, 5, 1. Check that out in the course if you're struggling with that. So the last 4 measures of that first half basically go like this. And then we get this. And then it leads to G minor 7. And then we get this kind of like F major over A. So that's just moving up. B flat. And then E flat. Again, it's like changed key again, you know. This is the crazy thing. Like the main key centers you could say are C major and F major, but this is not an any. That's kind of like C minor. It's like that modal interchange thing, you know. Okay, so this is really difficult to do on guitar if we play root notes with all of these kind of chords to get all of the extensions. You're not really going to be able to do that, but I'll give this a go so that you can hear maybe in context what's going on behind with keys. So I'll try and read it for you, but here we go. So we've got a lot of chords. Like I say, it's mainly around like C major, F major, and then a little bit of C minor. Anyway, let's move on then to the second half of this. So the melody in this second half is a little bit different. You've got this. So we can have a lot of fun reharmonizing this. Usually it's just like that 1-4-5, I think maybe with a 2-5 in the original. But essentially what I've done is I've thought, okay, let's minorize it. So we've got, so that's kind of like A minor 7 to F major 7. We're thinking we're in the key of C here, which is, or A minor. Then that's changing key. Now we've got a B flat major 7 in there, which you could think could be part of F major. It could be chord 4 there. Then we've got D minor 7. So this is back to C. And then I play actually this really cool chromatic rising thing. So it's like, and then we've got this. This is like an E flat major 7 sharp 5 really. You could play here like if I go like this, that's quite cool, you know. Then I play, where is it? After this, I play an F major 7. And then I play a D over G flat. So it's this rise and movement of like, I just wanted it to constantly move upwards in terms of the bass line really. So then we eventually arrive at G, which is our kind of target. And that's like just like a G sus or a G add 9, I think maybe I play on the original. And then G over F. So I've got this descending bass line now. E minor, D minor 7. So it's just constantly descending. So imagine on the way up, it was kind of like, you know, D minor. There's that E flat major 7 sharp 5. Then we've got the F major 7. Rise up 1 half step again. It's D over G flat. And then we've got G major or G sus 2. And then G over F. And then E minor, D minor. Then it's A minor 7, D minor 7, F, G, C. So that's like 4, 5, 1. But then I play a C sharp, major 7 sharp 11 to kind of throw us out of the harmony again. So the rest of that was kind of in C, you know, except for this walk up with the passing chords. You know, this is kind of just a passing chord. I wouldn't even consider borrowing from another key here. F major 7. Again, that's like a secondary dominant of G, you know, it's like a D7. G. That's still in C. E minor still in C. D minor still in C. A minor chord 6 in C. Chord 2 in C, D minor. And then we've got 4, 5, 1. And then this little shift, which we've covered in the course. So it's a lot going on, really. And I think in this part, I decided to leave guitar, you know, so that there's space. I wanted to just play the melody. Just so that I could have fun with it, really. So that whole second section is like, let me just play it through for you on guitar. So it's like chord 6, chord 4, change key to F, chord 2, rise up, chord 4 of C, secondary dominant of GR5, chord 5, then 5 over 4, then we've got 3, 2, 6, 2, and then 4, 5, 1. Build a major 7 over flat 9, gives it a really cool Phrygian sound. Back to the C. I hope all of this makes sense and that these breakdowns kind of help you to understand what's going on. But I would say definitely check out the transcriptions too if you're getting stuck with this, as that should just kind of point you in the right direction. Like I say, the guitar is playing kind of triads or 4-note voicings because there's no point in playing these big shapes if the keyboard is already playing them. Like I say, there's certain voicings, like it's a polychord, that very first one. We just physically cannot play both of these. There's no way, there's not enough strings, you know, to get all of these extra notes in. Just no way. So definitely check out the transcriptions if you're getting stuck. Okay guys, let's move on. Baby Shark. I'm going to apologise already for how annoying the original of this song is. I'm sure if you've got kids out there or kids in your family, this song has probably driven you nuts a million times already. And that was the same story for me. My daughter became absolutely obsessed with this song. It's the only thing she wanted to listen to back when I made this reharm. It basically came about because I was trying to teach her it on the keyboards here. You know, it's one of the few things I could work out myself. And she lost interest within about 5-10 minutes or whatever. But it got me thinking. I was like, how can I mess with this melody? How can I really, you know, change this arrangement so that it sounds a lot more evil or a lot more weird or fusion compared to the original? Now, the original melody is super straightforward. If we're thinking it's in the key of C, it's just like 5, 6, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. We've got this. And that's just the major 7th, you know, it just moves down a half step. In terms of the original chords behind this, it's basically like a 1, 4, 5. You've got chord 1, chord 4, 1 to chord 5, etc., etc., and it'll drive you crazy for years. So how did I go about messing with this? So first of all, let me play you the isolated guitar, just the rhythm thing, what's going on, so you get an idea of what I was actually playing without the other instruments there for context. So let's give this a go. 2, 3, 4. A lot different from a 1-4-5. But in order to break this down, I guess we need to look at these chords in terms of what I've programmed on the keys, not necessarily that guitar part there. Remember, I spoke about this right the way through the masterclass. As a guitar player, when there are keyboards involved, very often we end up having to play triads or just like 4-note voicings that outline the kind of upper extensions of the chords that we want to sound, really. So we don't want to get in the way of those keyboards. That's why all the stuff I'm playing there is kind of triad based, or these small 4-note voicings, like I say. What I'm going to do is walk you through kind of what it's like in terms of the keyboard part. Now, I've transcribed this down here so that I can remember all of these chords, because there are a lot, believe me. The first things first, what we should do is look at that first bar or measure. Now, the very first thing I wanted to do was get away from this sound so bright and happy, you know, chord 1, here we go, major, kids tune, all that kind of stuff. I thought, let's move to the relative minor. So we're going to A minor here, which works perfectly fine if you just want to do that. And I thought, how can we get even weirder? First thing that came to my mind was this kind of tritone interval of like A to E flat, or which I hear in a lot of early Dirty Loop stuff. I mean, they still use it quite a lot now as a movement. But to further that, what I was thinking is, I really want like a minor sound on both chords. The one which struck me, I was thinking kind of these constant structures, you know, where we move in minor thirds. I thought, okay, C minor works, but I want that E flat as the root. So C minor in first inversion has an E flat as the lowest note. Some people might refer to this as kind of like, you know, a C minor over E flat, if they're thinking E flat's the root, so like E flat major 6 or 13. But you could just think how I was there. I'm just playing C minor in first inversion. So I get this movement. Sounds really evil, especially if you've got like a bass player playing that low E flat there. And in terms of the melody, it totally works. Why? It's a minor third of A. And then over the E flat, if you want to think of it that way, as E flat is the root, it's the 6. Or you can think of it, it's just the root of C minor, you know. So we've got... Then what I wanted to do was move back into the key of C for a second. So I went to like a D minor. Quickly to an F7 to move away again, or an F11. So you've got this like... Or it's like D minor 9 to F11. And that kind of feels like we're in the key of C major for a second, and then we're kind of in the key of B flat. You know, it's almost like a secondary dominant of B flat. So our ears feel like they want to go to there. But I'm like, no, let's not do that. I stick with that F root and play F minor this time. Then moving to E flat major 7. A flat major 7, and then to fit the melody going down a half step, remember on the original it's usually just going to the 5, I thought, can that be part of a major chord? And yes, C major 7 works. So what's really interesting about that is, say from this F minor, that all sounds like we're in the key of C minor, really, doesn't it? You know, and that's where it's very interesting. Like, a lot of people would refer to this as modal interchange. We did cover that in this advanced section. But yeah, this is like leading our ears to believe that we're heading towards C minor. But we don't. We do all of this, C minor, C major, which is just like a really nice, you know, curveball thrown in, if you like. So far with the melody, over D, that's kind of like the minor 7. Over F, it's the 5th. Over F minor, it's still the 5th. It's the 6th of E flat. It's the 3rd of A flat. And then it's the major 7 of C. What's cool here, rather than just sticking on the C, I was like, we want some root movement with the bass line. So I'm going to G, A flat, B flat. So again, it kind of sounds like C minor. You know? But the chords over the top of that, it's like C major 9 or 7. C over G. Then A flat major. And then we've got B flat major 7. And then it's moving back to A minor to go give us the repetition. You know, that's crazy in terms of the amount of chords altogether. It's like... a lot of chords and a lot to remember. Now, in terms of what I was playing in the upper parts then, maybe let's analyse that. So I was going like an A minor. It's kind of like a shell voicing to a C minor shell voicing, really. There's a little tag lick, which is just an A minor triad, to a D minor triad. And then I'm playing this kind of almost like a C minor over F, which gives us F11. And then I play over the F minor, this. And if you think that's kind of like a shell voicing, you know, over that F minor 7. Then over the E flat, I'm playing this C minor triad again, which gives us kind of like an E flat major 6. And then this over the A flat is weird because technically it's got a 4th in there. It's got the 6th and it's got the 3rd. But it works, I really like that. So you could call that, rather than like A flat, you know, major 7, you could think of it as just like an A flat dominant, or just a straight major sus4 kind of sound, and then moving to this lick, which I'm thinking really is just like E minor pentatonic over C played in double stops. And then I'm outlining these chords moving towards A, you know, it's this. And then that leads me straight to this A minor. So the whole first section, you know, the lower chords go. And then leading back to A minor. Higher part goes. Crazy. Now, in the second half of this, or the next 4 bars, I wanted to go back to A minor, obviously. I thought, let's go evil again, but this time let's not do the tritone. Let's go even weirder. Let's do a flat 9. But we need to think of the melody note. So the way I harmonise this is to think, what is that in relation to B flat? It's the 9th. So I played a B flat minor 9. Oh. So it's like... And then I go to C minor all the way. And then F minor. So that was like C minor, G minor 11. Because that's C, the melody note is the 11th there. F minor 7. Then I'm going E flat. And then this last chord is like a D flat major 7. Now you could think of this as borrowing almost from like C Phrygian. Because on the flat 9 you can build a major 7 chord. So if you think modeling's changed, that's where that's coming from. In reality, I'm just thinking I wanted a half step above moving to C minor. I could have thought of it as like almost like tritone substitution, but I played a major 7 instead. Down to C major, that should be. So we get that weird resolution. Really love that. So it's like, and then we get, so all of this, like the, you know, after we've done the B flat, it's all like C minor, natural minor. Except for this, which is like C Phrygian. Down to C major. And I think the higher part basically outlines some of those extensions. So there it's like A minor, and then I'm playing just like a B flat minor 9. Here, over that C, it's like I'm playing the root, flat 3, flat 7, flat 3 again. Some people argue that you can't play double flat 3s. I love it. It's in Uptown Funk by Bruno Mars. It's just a funk chord. I like to use it all the time. And then over the G minor, I'm playing the extensions which give us the G minor 11. Over the F, I take the exact same thing, just down a whole step. Then I actually play, so they're all the same chord shape. It's like E flat major 7, or you can think of 6, 9, and I hammer on the major 3rd. And I get this. Nice and straightforward, really. So that kind of sums it all up. In terms of the solo, I'm just trying to outline those chords as much as possible. This isn't about the lead lines. This is all about the harmony and what's actually going on, or the thinking behind it. Now, I know that's a lot to take in, but you should understand there that it's all about the kind of melody note. You know, all of those root notes work with it. We've spoken about how any root note can work with any melody note. You just have to find the chords around it. It's kind of what I'm doing here. I have a basic idea of, I want it to sound evil. That's my thing. So I'm thinking tritones, you know, like constant structures, moving in minor thirds, that kind of stuff. But at the same time, I'm consciously aware all the time of what is the melody note in relation to the root note. I mean, you can hear if I just play those, so, and then, works, and then the next second half. Sorry, it's hard to play that rhythm and play the melody at the same time there, as I just so discovered. But hopefully you can hear they all work. It's about building the harmony from that then. Hope all of that makes sense. I know it's a lot to take in, but good luck trying this with the transcription and have fun playing with the backing track there. That's it for this one.